Hello, everybody. Oh, hi. Hello. Hi. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you all for bringing your teddy bears, too. We've got something really special coming up for you. My name's Michelle. This is this microphone. Should we change it? Grab the other one. Okay, we're going to try again. Let's try that. Oh, my gosh. Maddie, phone. I'm going to. Oh. Willow's making it happen. We're willing it out of the. There we go. There's the sound. Thank you, Willow. This is the 2022 Toronto International Storytelling Festival, and we're so glad to have everybody here in the space with us. And we're really grateful to anybody watching at home. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we begin, I want to let you all know that we operate on the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, the Anishinaabe, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. These are people who took care of this land for many, many, many years. We all now have the privilege to be here and tell stories in this place, and now it's all of our responsibility to take care of this place together. So we thank all of the ancestors of this place. I'd like to thank our funders, the Canada Council for the Arts, the Toronto Arts Council, the Ontario Arts Council, and Canadian Heritage, who help us bring this programming to you, who help us keep it affordable and free. We're so grateful for their support. Now, I'm going to move out of the way and let the stories begin. I'm so excited to bring to you Mariella Bertelli and Sally Yeager and the Teddy Bear Picnic.
Hi. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? Did you bring your teddy bears to the teddy bears picnic? Did you? Do you want one to hold in the meantime? Does anybody need a teddy bear? You choose the one you want. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? You got it. Oh, so nice. I'm so glad you brought your teddy. That's so much fun. We're going to have fun together, are we? Yay. So, Sally.
Yes.
How are you this morning?
I'm really good. I'm so happy to be here and to see everyone here at the Transac and to see all the friends at home.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hey. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sally's at the cottage door. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eating what off the plate?
Pancakes.
Ah.
Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mariella's at the cottage door. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eating
Strawberries off the plate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bear is at the cottage door. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eating honey off the plate.
1, 2, 3, 4. Foxy's at the cottage door. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eating beetles off a plate. Oh.
What about you? What are you eating off the plate? What would you like to eat? Oh, she's eating something. Yeah. Is it good? Is it delicious? Yay. Okay. Shall we go for a little walk towards the teddy bear's picnic? As teddy bear, actually, he's not teddy bear. He's teddy bear, the one that the little girl took. That's teddy bear. This one is Bear Bear. Bear Bear. As Bear Bear went walking one day to the teddy bear's picnic, he saw he saw a turtle along the way. And what do you think that turtle did do? He went slow, 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 slow. How did the turtle go? Slow, 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 slow. As Bear went to the teddy bear's picnic one day, he saw a little birdie along the way. And what do you think that little birdie did say? He said, is that magical? How did the birdie go? As Bear went walking one day to the teddy bear's picnic, he saw a rabbit along the way. And what do you think that rabbit did do? What did he do? He went hop, 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 hop. How did the rabbit go? Hop, 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 hop. And all together, they made their way to the teddy bear's picnic. Whoa. Yay, I'm so glad you came along. Now, talking about bears, I have a story for you. Once there was a papa bear, a mama bear, and a baby bear. They lived in a little cottage by the woods. One day, Mama Bear woke up, and Papa Bear woke up, and Baby Bear woke up. They were hungry. So Mama Bear, she made porridge. She stirred the pots. Can you stir the pot? Stir the pot and stirred the pot and made porridge. She poured 1 ladle of porridge, 2 ladles into the big bowl that belonged to Papa Bear. She took 1 ladle and put it in the medium-sized bowl for Mama Bear. And then she took a half ladle and poured it in the little bowl that belonged to Baby Bear. But it was too hot. And so Papa Bear and Mama Bear and Baby Bear, they went into the woods looking for honey. Just as they went down the trail, on the opposite side, on the other side of the trail, came out a little girl. Now, the little girl had blonde hair, and her name was Goldilocks. Now, as the little girl walked by the cottage, she saw the door that was wide open. She said, "Hello, you forgot your door open. Hello." But did anybody answer? No, because no one was there, right? So the little girl, she went inside by the door, and again she called out, "Hello, hello, is anybody there?" But there was no answer. So she went right inside, and oh, she smelled food, and she was hungry, for she had been walking in the woods for a while, and she was very hungry, and she saw the 3 bowls of porridge. Oh, I think I'm going to try a little bit from the big bowl, the biggest bowl, and see. Taste it a little bit. Nobody will notice. And so she took a spoonful of it, tried it, but oh, it was too hot. So then she decided to try the porridge from the medium-sized bowl. And she took a spoonful of it, put it in her mouth, but oh, it was too cold. So then she tried the porridge from the smallest bowl. And oh, it was just right. And it was so good that she took another spoonful and another spoonful and another spoonful. And pretty soon, it was all gone. Uh-oh. Oh, well, I hope they'll have some more. Then Goldilocks, she walked into the living room and saw 3 chairs. There was a great big chair made out of wood, and then a medium-sized chair that was filled with pillows, and then a little tiny chair. Now, she said, I'm going to try to sit on that big chair. It looks so big. And she sat on it, but oh, it was too hard. How was it? Too hard. Then she sat in a medium-sized chair, and oh, she fell right in. It was filled with pillows, and it was so soft. Too soft. It was too soft, and so then she decided to sit on the little tiny chair. And she sat on the little chair, and oh no! It just fell apart. Uh-oh. Goldilocks, she was so curious, she went into the other room and found the bedroom, and there were 3 beds. One was nice and big, and another one, the medium-sized bed, well, it was covered with pillows and a pretty pink blanket. And then there was a little bed with a blue wool blanket. Well, she was a little tired by now, so she lay down on the biggest bed, but it was too hard. So then she tried the medium-sized bed, and it was too soft. So then she went and she lay down on the little tiny bed, and you know what? It was just perfect. Just perfect. She closed her eyes and fell fast asleep. Just then, the 3 bears came back. Papa Bear and Mama Bear and Baby Bear. They came in and they were ready to eat their porridge. But Papa Bear said, someone has been eating my porridge. Mama Bear said, someone has been eating my porridge too. And Baby Bear said, someone has been eating my porridge and they ate it all up. So then they went into the living room and they saw the chairs, and Papa Bear said, oh, someone has been sitting on my chair. And Mama Bear said, someone has been sitting on my chair too. And Baby Bear said, oh, someone has been sitting on my chair and look, it's all broken up. Papa Bear said, I'll fix it. Then they went into the bedroom and Papa Bear said, oh, someone has been sleeping in my bed. And Mama Bear said, someone has been sleeping in my bed too. And Baby Bear said, someone has been sleeping in my bed. And look, there she is. And Goldilocks, she opened her eyes and saw the 3 bears looking at her, Papa Bear and Mama Bear and Baby Bear. And she was so frightened, she jumped right up and she ran away as fast as she could. She ran and ran and ran and ran and ran and ran. And oh, Baby Bear called, wait for me. Mama, I wanted her to play, but she ran away. Don't worry, I'm sure she'll come back another day. So, peas porridge hot. Can you do that? Peas porridge hot. Peas porridge cold. Peas porridge in the pot, 9 days old. Some like it hot, some like it cold. Some like it in the pot, 9 days old. Now, can you press your hands together like this? 5 little peas in a pea pod, pressed. 1 grew, 2 grew, so did all the rest. And they grew, 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 until they went up. Can we do that again? Come on, are you ready? Can you say it with me? 5 little peas in a pea pod, pressed. Press them really tightly. Press, press, press. 1 grew, 2 grew, so did all the rest. And they grew, 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 until they went up. Yay! You did it very nicely. Boil, oh boil, my little pot. Can you say that? Boil, oh boil, my little pot. Bolli, bolli, pentolino. That's in Italian. Boil, oh boil, my little pot. Bolli, bolli, pentolino. Fa la pappa al mio bambino. Make the porridge nice and hot. Make the porridge nice and hot. Make it salty, make it sweet. Falla dolce, falla salata, così sarà tutta mangiata. Make it salty, make it sweet, for my baby good to eat. Mm-hmm. Did you eat that porridge now? Let's eat it all up. Yum, 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 yum. So good. Did you feed your teddies too? Give some to your teddy. Don't forget. Teddy's hungry. Yum, 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 yum. All right. Now that we've eaten everything up, it's time to do the dishes. Take your bowls and wash them clean. Take your bowls and wash them clean. For soon it's going to be lunchtime. For the pasta to go in. Lava, lava le scodelle per mangiare le tagliatelle. Lavale bene, lavale male, butta l'acqua nel canale. Take your bowls and wash them clean. For the pasta to go in. How you wash them doesn't matter. Pour the water in the gutter. Pour the water in the gutter.
That's my favorite part. I love that. I love that when she throws the water in the gutter. Well, one day, Mr. Bear woke up. It was a sunny day, just like today, and Mr. Bear decided to go fishing. So he put on his socks, and he put on his boots, and he put on his hat, and he got his bucket of worms from the refrigerator, and he got his fishing pole, and down to his boat he went. Well, Mr. Bear started to fish from his little boat. He fished, and he fished, and he fished, and do you know he caught how many fish? 1 fish. Then he caught 2 fish. Then he caught 3 fish. 4 fish.
4 fish.
5 fish.
5 fish.
Can you keep going? 6 fish. 7 fish. 8 fish. 9 fish. 10 fish. Oh my gosh, Mr. Bear caught so many fish. Where is he going to put them all? Well, first he put them in his bucket, but then his bucket got full. So he put them in the boat, but then the boat got full. So he put them in his boots. but there were more. So he put them in his socks, but there were more, so he put them in his hat. And then he went home. Mr. Bear had a big dinner. Do you know what he had for dinner? Fish. And after dinner, Mr. Bear had a great big piece of cake to celebrate. And after dinner, Mr. Bear did a puzzle, and he made a painting, and he wrote a letter, and he played a tune, and he had a bath, and then he read a book, and he went to bed. Oh, Mr. Bear dreamed a lovely dream. Mr. Bear dreamed he woke up, and it was a sunny day. And Mr. Bear decided to go fishing. So he put on his socks, and he put on his boots, and he put on his hat, and he got his bucket of worms from the refrigerator, and he got his fishing pole, and down to his boat he went. Well, Mr. Bear started to fish. Oh, my goodness, do you know how many fish he caught? Can you help me count? See if I can count today. He caught, I need your help, 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish, 4 fish, 5 fish, 6 fish, 7 fish, 8 fish, 9 fish, 10 fish. But that wasn't all. He caught more. He caught, can you count like this? He caught 10 fish, 20 fish, 30 fish, 40 fish, 50 fish. Oh, my goodness.
Whoa.
Where is Mr. Bear going to put all those fish? Well, first he put them in his bucket, but there were more. So he put them in his boat, but there were more. So he put them in his boots, but there were more. So he put them in his socks, but there were more. So he put them in his hat, and then he went home. And Mr. Bear had another delicious dinner. Do you know what he had? He had fish. And after dinner, Mr. Bear had a big piece of cake to celebrate. Do you remember what he did after dinner? He made a puzzle.
A puzzle.
He colored a picture. He wrote a letter. He played a tune. He had a bath, and he read a book, and he went to bed. And Mr. Bear dreamed a lovely dream. Mr. Bear dreamed he woke up, and it was raining, so he didn't go fishing that day. And that's the story of Mr. Bear Goes Fishing. And I wrote that because I visited my daughter in British Columbia, and there's bears everywhere. Mm-hmm. There's bears.
Real bears.
There's bears in the mountains. There's bears in the forest. Sometimes there's bears in the schoolyard. Sometimes there's bears in the backyard. So you have to watch out for bears. Mariella had a story about a family of bears. Do you know what bears do in the winter? Anyone know what that word is for what bears do in the winter? I heard someone say it. Hibernate. Can you all say that word? Hibernate. Well, can you make Papa Bear?
Papa Bear.
And this is his cave.
This is his cave.
You can be my echo. Mariella's demonstrating. Here is Papa Bear.
Here is Papa Bear.
And here is his cave.
And here is his cave.
Oh, it's dark inside.
Oh, it's dark inside.
But he's very brave.
But he's very brave.
In he goes.
And here goes.
And sleeps till spring.
And sleeps in spring.
And he comes out.
And he comes out.
When the tree frogs sing.
When the tree frogs sing.
What would they sound like? Their little peeper sounds. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, do you know this is Mama Bear over here? Here is Mama Bear.
Here is Mama Bear.
Here is her cave.
Here is her cave.
Oh, it's dark inside.
Oh, it's dark inside.
But she's very brave.
But she is very brave.
In she goes.
In she goes.
And sleeps till spring.
And sleeps till spring.
And she comes out.
She comes out.
When the robins sing.
When the robins sing.
Beep, 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 beep,
beep, beep, beep, beep.
Well, there was somebody else in that story Mariella told. Do you remember? But Baby bear. Would you use your baby finger maybe to make baby bear?
Baby bear.
Here is baby bear.
Here is baby bear.
Here is his cave.
Here is his cave.
Oh, it's dark inside.
Oh, it's dark inside.
But he's very brave.
But he's very brave.
In he goes
In he goes
and sleeps till spring.
and sleeps till spring.
And he comes out
And he comes out
when the honeybees sing.
when the honeybees sing.
Yeah. Tickle, 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 tickle. Very good. Very good. Well, we're going to run out of time, Mariella.
I know, but you keep on going.
Oh, it's just so much fun to be here today and to share this day with so many storytellers and so many listeners. But I think if we're going to go on a picnic, we really should check the weather report first. So I'll show you this kind of weather report. And I learned this from a mom who learned this from her child. And her child made this up. The first part of it, I added onto it, when he was this old. 2 years old. Imagine that. She was driving in the car and she heard him doing this in the back seat. And then someone else heard it and they taught it to me, and then I met that little boy's mama. Her name is Andrea Page, and she is the Fit Mom lady. And I don't know how old her 2-year-old is now, because he could be 10 or 20. I don't know. But we need some rain. Can you make some rain like this? And do it right along with me. Raining, 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 raining. Snow, snow, snow. Windy, 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 windy. Blow, wind, blow. Thunder, lightning, thunder, lightning. Tornado. Cloudy, sunny, cloudy, sunny. Hurricane. Blow. One more time.
Yeah.
Raining, 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 raining. Snow, snow, snow. Windy, 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 windy. Blow, wind, blow. Thunder, lightning, tornado. Cloudy, sunny, hurricane, blow. My favorite way to play this rhyme is you don't say it at all. You just do the actions. Can you listen to the words inside your head? And we'll see if we all end at the same place. So it's going to be very quiet, everybody. You two at home, you have to be really quiet. You ready? Very good. Very, very good.
Well done.
Well,
You guys are so good. Such a great audience.
wonderful listeners, and
Yes.
I hope you take all these stories home today that you heard and tell them again, and tell them tomorrow and the next day. And then next time we see you, you can tell us the stories.
Yes, and thank you so much for coming. And
you.
now we will have other storytellers coming to the stage. Maria del... Yes. Hey.
Thank you so much, Mariella and Sally. Thank you to all the bears. Yeah. Next, I welcome to the stage Maria, Cecilia, and Amelia. And to everybody in the room, I just wanted to say thank you to the Children's Book Bank at the back. They had brought lots of books for us to take home with us. So please, at some point today, pass by, say hi, find a book that you'd like to take home. Thanks so much to the Children's Book Bank for being here today.
I'm good. Yeah, no, I got it. Thank you, Maria.
Estoy aquí. Maybe you can help me with that. Prueba el sonido. So, can you hear me? Yes?
And me.
Okay. Buenos días, ¿cómo están? ¿Cómo están? Gusto en saludarte, gusto en saludarte. 1, 2, 3. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. It's so nice to be here with Cecilia and Emilia. We prepare these little stories from our childhood because even though it seemed impossible for you to imagine, Cecilia and myself were children like you. Yes, long time ago. So these stories are mine. I grew up in Guayaquil, Ecuador, and Cecilia grew up in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and Emilia is growing here in Kitchener-Waterloo. So here are our stories.
So the first stories that we're going to tell you, Maria and I, we wrote them following a writing exercise that's called the X-page exercise. And it's a way of bringing back memories. Really cool. My story, I wrote it during a workshop last year in Waterloo with local writers and performers. And then it was published by the New Quarterly. My story is called Nunca más, never again. Summer, verano. I am 8 years old. I am sitting on the floor of my grandparents' house in Banfield, Buenos Aires, Argentina. It's so hot outside. We just had lunch, so my bon papa is taking a nap on his reclining chair. My bon mama is dozing as she tries to read a magazine. The piano is on my left, but I cannot play it now for obvious reasons. The windows are open, and the sun filters through the grapevines. I can smell smashed grapes on the ground. I can hear birds chirping outside, and the chicharras, the cicadas, calling each other. It's quiet inside, but I don't feel like taking a nap. Behind me, on the chimney, is the gun. It's always there, but it still scares me. My bon papa used to be a policeman, so he carries a gun when he's out of the house. At home, he puts it there. I guess the gun is also taking a nap. There are more guns inside the house, but I don't want to find them. There is one, though, that is hard to miss. It's a cannon, and it's outside in the backyard. It was a gift from my bon papa to my bon mama. My bon mama likes to put pots with flowers and plants all around it. I think she's trying to cover it. I like to play on it. I climb on it and I dream that it's a horse that flies and takes me away of scary things. I'm not afraid of that cannon. Fall, otoño. I'm standing at the bus terminal with my mom. We're gonna visit my grandparents for the weekend. Their house is 1 hour away from the apartment where I live with my mom. The bus ride is so long that I'll probably fall asleep. It's so noisy here with all the buses coming in and out. But when they are quiet, I can hear the birds chirping outside. There are no high buildings here, just houses. Sometimes I wish I lived in a house instead of an apartment. My mom's hair shines under the sun. I like holding her hand, and she likes holding mine. This moment, I forget my fears. Winter, invierno. I'm laying in bed in my grandparents' house. The house is so big, and it's so cold. The bed is cold. The floor is cold. The air is cold. My bonne mama is tucking me in, and she sings to me. Fais dodo, cola mon petit frère. Fais dodo, tu auras du lolo. But she won't stay long. She's tired. I hate sleeping here on my own. I wish my mom was here with me. I'm afraid of the silence. Soon my grandparents are gonna go to bed. Soon I'll start hearing my bon papa snoring so loudly that I won't be able to fall asleep. I don't understand how they can sleep. Aren't they afraid? I guess if I hear him snoring, it means that everything is okay and I should stop worrying. But the room is so far, and the air is so cold. What if someone breaks in? I won't have time to run. They'll find me. Will they come for me or for my grandparents? Maybe they are coming for our neighbors. I hate sleeping here on my own. I wish my mom was here with me. I hold on tight to my doll. Bad things happen at night, I've heard. Spring, primavera. I'm sitting on the floor of my grandparents' house. My mom and I came for the weekend. We are watching TV. Bah, they are. I'm playing with my doll. It used to be my mom's when she was little. My bon mama had made her clothes for her, and my bon papa had made her a blue bedroom set out of wood, with a bed and a wardrobe with little hangers for those clothes. I like changing her clothes and putting her to sleep in that little bed. But that's pretend. When we are going to bed, she sleeps cuddled with me. My grandparents and my mom are watching the news. They are showing lots of people with Argentinian flags, cars honking on the streets. It reminds me of when Argentina wins a soccer match at the World Cup, except there are lots more people now. My mom is combing her hair with her fingers. She seems relieved. My bon mama is tapping her knees with her hands happily. My bon papa has a big smile under his big mustache and leans forward to hear what they are saying on TV. They're saying things like, democracy is back, Alfonsín won the elections, the military government is over. I don't understand what that means, but I think I'll remember this feeling. I hold on tight to my doll. I watch everything. The windows are open. Warm air blows in, rustling the new grape leaves. It is spring. And now, Maria.
Thank you, Cecilia. What a lovely story. You know that when I was a little girl, I loved to hide and find secret places. And so these two little stories I bring you are about that. It's Monday early morning, and I feel the soft breeze blowing on my face. I'm sitting in my dad's car, and I'm 5 years old. It is my first day of school. I feel 1,000 butterflies in my stomach. I waited for this day for such a long time. From the window, I can see the blue mountain, El Cerro Azul. A mountain stands near my school. We arrived very early to the German school, Colegio Alemán. My sisters and I, we jump out of the car and walk towards the path that leads to the kindergarten. My sister Patty leaves me at the front door. I walk in very slowly, looking down to my black new shoes. They shine so bright. As I enter the classroom, the smell of the Faber-Castell colors fills my nostrils. Everything in that room looks so nice and tidy. In the center, there is a circle of chairs for me to sit, and I decided to sit there to wait, for I am 1 hour early. I sit, but soon another girl joins me. She walks towards me, and then she starts pushing me out of my chair. I said, "This is my chair." I show her all the empty chairs in the room, but she would not listen. She keeps pushing me out of my chair. I hold tight to my chair. My feet are glued to the floor, and I kept saying, "This is my chair." Finally, the girl moves away. I feel so proud. I have won my first battle. Soon, the bell for the kindergarten classes rang. And at that point, I hear the noise of many children running, screaming. Some children are holding their parents' hands. Some are alone. At that point, I realize I have to face all these children by myself. And my fears start to grow in my stomach. They grow in my chest. They grow and grow like the huge sago tree that is standing there at the playground. Then I meet my teacher, and she's nice, but she doesn't speak any Spanish. I speak Spanish. I cannot understand anything what she says in class because she speaks German. When the teacher asks me a question, I feel very shy. My voice does not come out. I play at home loudly with my brothers or sisters, but at home, in school, my voice is silenced. It's like I am muted in school. When it's recess time, I feel happy because I can go and hide myself inside the root of the sago tree. It is a huge tree that stands in the middle of the playground. It has enormous roots. They are like arms that embrace me. I feel safe inside the roots of the sago tree. It's my secret place where I can hide and be by myself. When I touch that sago tree, I feel the little thorns, and I imagine I'm in the middle of the enchanted forest of Snow White. I think that sago tree was my best friend in school. And this little story reminds me about another secret place that I found one day. We used to go to visit our grandparents' house every Friday afternoon. It was always the sun, very sunny and hot. As we drove through the roads of Los Ceibos neighborhood, we could see from the right side window the green hills of the Colonche mountain range. Because we live surrounded by a dry tropical forest with huge trees like mango, guayacan, acacia, pechiche. One afternoon, as we were driving to our grandparents' house, I felt so sleepy that I dragged myself to the back of the car. I entered into the suitcase compartment and I fell asleep there. It was a dark little place and I thought, this is the best place. Nobody's gonna find me here. Well, we arrived to our grandparents' house and I heard my grandpa, abuelo's voice asking, "Where is Mari Carmen? ¿Dónde está Mari Carmen?" I was half asleep, half awake. I wanted to wake up, but then I heard my father's voice. He said, "I think Mari Carmen is already in." So then I decided I'm gonna stay here sleeping, since it seems my father didn't notice I am here in the back of his car. I might stay sleeping here because he he doesn't notice me at all. He's always saying, I'm the fourth wheel of the car, la cuarta rueda del coche. I stay sleeping in the back of the van the whole afternoon while my parents were running some errands. It was already dark when I woke up and I was so confused. I cried out loud. I heard Abuelo's voice again. He said, Mari Carmen is not at the house. My parents were worried. How could this be happening? My mother thought, maybe Mari Carmen stayed at home and I didn't notice. At that point, I woke up crying. I felt so confused with the lights of the cars and all the noises. I was crying because I had lost a whole afternoon of playtime with Abuelo. My parents were happy to see me, but I was not happy at all. Fortunately, they had bought their favorite treats, rosquitas, which is a round fried bread that I used to love it. As soon as my mom gave me one rosquita, I was happy and content again. These are our childhood stories, and now, thank you. We're going to have something special that we wanted to share with you. Emilia and Cecilia are going to sing a song in Spanish. It's an old ballad that tells a story of a woman, Catalina. She is looking for her husband that went to war. Catalina sees a soldier and she starts a conversation with the soldier. She asks him about her husband and compliments the soldier. The soldier says, I think your husband had died in war and he had told me to marry you. Catalina said, no, I've waited for him 7 years and 7 more years I will wait for him. At that point, the soldier says, hush, Catalina, don't you see? You're talking to your husband. You did not recognize me. So let's see. I'm going to put this. Let me see.
Estaba la Catalina sentada bajo un laurel, mirando la frescura de las aguas al caer. De pronto pasó un soldado y lo hizo detener. Deténgase usted, soldado, que una pregunta le quiero hacer. ¿Usted ha visto a mi marido en la guerra alguna vez? Yo no he visto a su marido, ni tampoco sé quién es. Mi marido es alto y rubio, tan buen mozo como usted. Y en la punta del sombrero lleva escrito San Andrés. Y en la punta de la espada lleva escrito San Andrés. Por las señas que me ha dado, su marido muerto es. Y me ha dejado dicho que me case con usted. Eso sí que no lo hago, eso sí que no lo haré. Esperé unos 7 años y otros 7 aguardaré. Calla, calla, Catalina, calla, calla de una vez, que estás hablando con tu marido que no supiste reconocer.
So now, now we would like to do it again. Emilia will be Catalina, I will be the soldier. But Emilia will teach us how to do the clapping part so you can join us. You can find a friend or someone in your bubble or just against the air.
Clap, right hand, clap, left hand, clap, both hands, clap. Right hand, clap, left hand, clap, both hands, clap.
Okay? visto a su marido, ni tampoco sé quién es.
Mi marido es alto y rubio, tan hermoso como usted. Y en la punta de la espada lleva escrito San Andrés. Y en la punta del sombrero lleva escrito San Andrés.
Por las señas que me ha dado, su marido muerto es y me ha dejado dicho que me case con usted.
Eso sí que no lo hago, eso sí que no lo haré. Esperé unos 7 años, otros 7 aguardaré.
Calla, calla, Catalina, calla, calla de una vez, que estás hablando con tu marido que no supiste reconocer. Ahí viene. So the last part of this set is a story that Maria and we wrote together. And it's a fairy tale, but you have to guess who is it about and what is it about. Había una vez 2 fairies, 2 hadas, who flew from the south to the north. But they didn't know each other because they came from 2 different places and at 2 different times. The first one to arrive was the fairy Lara, el hada Lara. She came following her Prince Charming, su príncipe azul.
Ada Maca came some time later. She came with her whole family, her Prince Charming, su príncipe azul, and 2 fairy children, a boy and a girl. It took quite a bit of long time for the 2 fairies to getting used to living in the north. For in the norte, the winters are long and cold. ¡Qué frío! And the magic of the south, this didn't seem to work. Even their wings, they were frozen, congeladas.
Un día, el hada Lara went to pick up some art that she had bought for her new house. But she didn't see the black ice under her feet, so she slipped and fell. Ay, ay, ay. In order not to damage the 2 paintings she had under her arms, she spread her arms and landed on the ice like a dead butterfly, como una mariposa muerta en el hielo.
Ada Maca missed the bright sunny days from the south. So she will sing to the sun. Sol, solecito, caliéntame un poquito por hoy, por mañana, por toda la semana. But the sun will not listen. And so it was very confusing for Ada Maca, because in the south, the days and nights are 12-hour long the whole year round. And in the north, when the cold winter months, the days are very short. So it was very confusing for Ada Maca when the nights started at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a las 4 de la tarde. Ada Maca will drink lots and lots of coffee, un cafecito, otro cafecito, to smile and feel happy like was the custom for the fairies in the south. But it didn't seem to work. Because, in the south, it is the sun that gives the fairies their strength and make them smile and feel happy so that they're always singing, always dancing, cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha.
Sometimes el hada Maca and el hada Lara felt like dancing in the north, but they weren't so sure about it, especially in the winter. ¡Qué frío! Nobody seems to be dancing like that. In winters, inviernos, fairies have learned to stay indoors and they bake and cook and they knit and they read lots and lots of books. When the spring comes, la primavera, they all like to go out and they start gardening And they start greeting all the flowers and the birds and the trees and the bees. Then when the summer comes, el verano, every fairy go out and they like to go on hikes and they make celebrations and festivals. And when it's really, really hot, Ada Maca and Ada Lara don't dare complain. They absolutely love it. In the fall, otoño, Ada Maca and Ada Lara cannot believe the colors. Those are incredible. All the reds, the orange, the yellows, los rojos, naranjas, amarillos.
Fairy Maca had problems in the north with her magic potions recipes because she couldn't find the right ingredients from the south. So she has to substitute some ingredients. She had to learn the names of herbs, insects, and snakes in a different language. But she always was missing her secret ingredient, the rays of the sun, los rayos del sol.
Ada Lara had to learn new things, different from the ones she knew from before, and also in another language. She learned to work in a fairies library. She learned that books about fairies can be found in the 398 numbers. Books about cooking can be found in the number 641. And books about history and traveling can be found in the 900s, all important information for fairies. She also learned that public libraries lend books, CDs, DVDs, audiobooks, video games, even musical instruments to all fairies who live in the area, and for free. That was magical. Increíble.
It took quite many years for Ada Maca and Ada Lara to adjust and learn to live in the north. They missed their family and friends, but with time they made new friends, friends that became like family, como familia, friends that gave them furniture for their houses, warm clothes for the winter, friends that taught them how to prepare and adjust for the cold winter months. They are happy now. That's their home. And they feel so comfortable, like Pancho en su casa.
Un día, el Hada Lara had a fairy girl, Emilia. And little fairies are very good for helping Ada Maca and Ada Lara adjust to the winters, especially when they go tobogganing or when they make snow fairies in the snow. Both Ada Maca and Ada Lara, they also got cats. Gatos. And cats are really good helpers of fairies or of witches, especially when they purr in your arms. Meow.
One day, the two fairies learned a new power. They learned to tell stories. And with that power, they could mix old powers with new powers. And they learned that they could transform themselves, like into a rabbit, un conejo, or into a tiger, un tigre, or even an eagle, un águila.
They also traveled with their audiences to other magical lands, like going under the green hills, or reaching the end of the rainbow, or peeking through the windows of a castle where the dragons live. Thanks to the tales, one day these two fairies met and started sharing their powers. Hola, soy Lara.
Hola, soy Maca. And since then, they conquer the hearts of all who wants to listen, in the north and in the south, in English and in Spanish. And
They live,
colorín colorado, este cuento se ha terminado.
and they live happily ever after. Y vivieron felices y comieron perdices.
Bits. I'm really excited to bring to you today Ogisto Cuyo. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello. Seiko, Sewaguego. Thank you so much for the beautiful stories this morning. Weren't they so beautiful? And the songs. Nyawagoa, thank you. So my name is Ogisto Cuyo. You can follow along. I'll teach you how to say it. Ogisto Cuyo. Ogisto Cuyo. Ogisto Cuyo. Ogisto Cuyo is my name. And I'm from Oswego, Six Nations. And I'm Mohawk Nation, Ganyekahaga. And I teach many little children every day at the school in my kindergarten classroom. And we're so lucky that it's already become time. Donika Howie? Gongwi Dani Niga Howie. It's springtime. Gongwi Dani Niga Howie. Gongwi Dani Niga Howie. It's springtime. And in the springtime at my school, on our lands, the Mother Earth is waking up. And it's starting to get a soha is a little bit more yoteriha atste, a little bit hot, yoteriha. And when it starts to get hot and we see the new moon come, it's time to plant our gardens. Can you show me your garden? Guaheta? Gaheta, 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 gaheta garden. And in our garden, we place the seeds. Oh, no, Ghana, 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 Ghana. The little seeds go into our garden. We plant them. Angyan toyo wezo, jiwa de hyaron jes. Angyan toyo wezo, jiwa de hyaron jes. We're so lucky that it's time to make our gardens. And I brought a garden for you all to see today, because many things live in our garden. So I hope you all enjoy the story I'm going to bring you today. I'll need one helper. Who can I pick? Could you come here? One helper. So I'm going to get you to hold this right here. Very gentle. There's a surprise underneath. This hand, this hand. Ganto, ganto. There we go. Angwa garna du hase. We're going to lift it high and bring it down. O garna ne yo yanere. Angwa garna du hase. Nyawa, go ahead, say. O garna ne yo yanere. Angwa garna du hase. Sajone go yanere. Angwa garna du hase. O garna ne go yanere. This is my garden, Gaheta, Gaheta, Gaheta. And in my garden, in the long house, Ganuses is where my people live. At the Ganuses lives Duda, the grandmother. And with her lives her little granddaughter. And it's time to come out to plant the gardens. Gaheta, Gaheta, Gaheta. They brought their seeds, and now it is time to plant them in the ground. Duda says, we must dig a hole. Stucco, 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 stucco. In that hole, we place our beautiful seeds. Ghana, Ghana, Ghana. And we cover them up. Plitter, platter, plitter, platter, plitter, platter, plat. And as we plant them, we cannot forget that everything in the garden has a song, even the littlest seeds. And so Duda says we must sing to our seeds. As we sing our songs, they wake up in their soul. Everything has a song, even Gana Soa, the littlest seeds. And so we will sing to them. And together they sang, Gana hione, gana ha, Gana hione, gana ha, gana hione, gana ha, gana hione, gana ha. Gana hione, gana ha. As they were all done, the little granddaughter said, Gunnerlunkwa, I love you, my seeds. Grow big and strong. Gunnerlunkwa, Gunnerlunkwa. And so they went back home and waited. And as they were in their home, the rain came, la diueras, our grandfathers, the thunders. La diueras, lunderano de. La diueras, unguatundatne. They came with a bang, boom, 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 boom. They came with a plat, 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 plat. They came with their lightning. Zzz, zzz, zzz. And then the first thing came from the garden to grow was the onasho. The onasho. The lettuce. And who heard and smelt that lettuce as soon as it came about was Wadenocaesare, the snail. Wadenocaesare, kaheta goa desertes, aguawan konasho, awage awego, nom nom nom. Wadenocaesare, the little snail. It's pretty slow, but it'll get to it. It's getting to my onasho, and it eats it up. Nom, 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 nom. Wadenocaesare, kaheta goa desertes, aguawan konasho, awage awego, nom, 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 nom. What's now going to grow in my garden? The rain has come. The rain has come. In my garden is growing the ojija. Ojija flowers. Ojija. A beautiful ganiguatarago. Beautiful pink. And who smells it? Ahundeswate ne. Ojinat gundak guane. Bzz, 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 bzz. Ojinat gundak guane. Bzz, 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 bzz. Ojinat gundak guane. Oska degani asani gundi. Ojinat gundak guane. Bzz, 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 bzz. Ojinat gundak guane. Bzz, 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 bzz. Ojinat gundak guane. The bees. Uska digani asa. 3 of them buzzing about. Bzzz. They see the ojija and they go right in. Busy, busy bees. Busy, busy bees. And they sing their song. Bzz, 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 bzz. Ojinakunda kwane. Bzz, 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 bzz. Ojinakunda kwane. Oska degani asani gundi. Ojinakunda kwane. Bzz, 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 bzz. Ojinakunda kwane. Who's next to come in our garden? And what is growing there? I see, I see. Statkat, Gino Hodane e Yoduni Haje. The Ojinaguar Niganteroda. The carrot. It's ready to be picked. Who smells it on Hundeswat Day? Is Guayaa, the bunny. Guayaa, he smells it. Guayaa, ye wiskyahandage. Dewani junkwak, kawata hosadade. The little bunny is very curious. He smells it and he's looking and looking and looking for his carrot. Whenever he hears a sound, though, he will know he has to be on guard. Ahadahusadade. He finds it and he puts it in his little hands. Guaya ye wiskahandage. Dewani junkwak, awatahusadade. Better go quickly, hide in his hole. What's growing now, Ungwahetagon, in my garden? I see, I see. At the very top, there's something growing. Ojinakwa, the nest. There's little beings growing there. Not a plant. No, not a plant. It is our friends at the little eggs hatching. The little jita'a o weirda. How many will we find today? Oskak, degeni, asa growing. Ji ojinakwa togunes jita'a awira. Gakwa ayekoha neista. Dezatskaraf owira. Isek. In the bird's nest live the little baby birds. They're waiting for Mommy. Mommy is so happy to find them some food in our garden. Little worms, little things that she will find. She says, open up. There's that scarf. Isek, eat it. Isek. Ji ojina kwa togunes. Jita awira. Gakwa ayekoha neista. Does that scarf awira. Isek. You wiggle. All my garden friends are ready. Nyawa agwego ungwa hetagon ga iwa. Tukniga gardes negigo ogana. Where's my helper? Come here. We must close him up. Waskak, Degini, you can help me. Big eye. On the count of Asa, Oska, Degini, Asa. Oska, Degini, Asa. Goodbye, my garden friends. Yawa. Let's just see how much time we have left. Oh, just a little bit of time, just enough to remember all the songs of the little animals in our garden. So first, we seen in our garden Duda, grandmother and her daughter, and they brought their seeds. In my hometown, with my people, we always sing to our seeds. And what we use is a Norda Ostawa, a turtle rattle, just like this. Because on the turtle, that represents our land. And who else has the spirit in this little rattle is the Ghana, the seeds that are inside. And who else has the spirit is the Gundirio, the animals, whose skin ties it tight. This is what we use, and the sound wakes up all of the seeds for us to plant. So we'll sing just the song, just like this, that the Duda sang with her granddaughter. Gana hione, gana ha, gana hione, gana ha, gana hione, gana ha, gana hione, gana ha, gana hione, gana ha. Yo, yanerde, awesome. After we plant the seeds and sing their songs, then come Yunkiso Togora di Weras, the grandfather thunders. And they bring with them all of the waters so that everything may grow new. So this one is for the little ones, but it gets harder and harder and harder. So for the big ones, see if you can keep up with me. La di veras, lunderano de. La di veras, un guatundane. Boom, 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 pa, 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 pa. It's gonna get harder. Sahawindorde, are you ready? Okay. Out. La di veras, la di veras, runderano de. Whoa. La di veras, un guatundane. Boom, 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 pa, pa, pa. It's a little bit harder. Can we try that one last time? La di veras, underano de. Easy. La di veras, un guatundane. Boom, 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 pa. So the thunders come and they shake everything up. And then everything wakes up. Ije, Ije, they say, wake up. Ije, Ije, Ije. And so the plants start to grow. And who comes out is Wadeno Caesare. Can you make Wadeno Caesare? He's a little bit challenging, but you might be able to do it. Oh, you got it, you got it, you got it. Wadeno Caesare, this is his song. Wadeno Caesare, kaheta goa desertes, angwawan kanashon, make him slow, awa gay away go, nom 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 nom. He eats up all our lettuce in my garden. Next in our garden comes the bees, Ojinakundakwane. 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 Oska degani asani gundi. Ojinakundakwane. Ojinakundakwane. They love the ojijas, all the flowers in the garden. And next, we have Guaya'a who's ready, right? Guaya'a, the rabbit, Guaya'a. Can you show me? 2 rabbits. Uska digginy, uska digginy. Guaya'a ehye wiskahanda dewani junkwak, dewani junkwak, awada hosada de. He's listening. Very big ears. One more time. Guaya ye wis gahandage. They wani junkwak awata hosada de. He hears all. And the last in our garden is the Ojinakwa. The beautiful little nest, bird's nest. And in the bird's nest, the little baby birds sing their song. Ji oji nakwa togunes, ji ta a oira, gakwa aye koha ne ista, does that start off oira, does that start off? Isek, Isek. Yowego. Those are our garden songs. Nyawagoa sewaguego. Last one before we go. I'll make sure that everyone, if you can, stand up before we go and shake it all off. Because once we hear a story, sometimes we need to let it sit in our bodies. And so before I go, sometimes when you hear a story, it opens up all the doors in your houses. And so we got to make sure afterwards we close the doors. Sen hoda. So in front of my house, ohando age nusa, angen hoda. Nago age nusa, behind my house, angen hodon. Shut the door. Yangerata. Anaga age nusa, to the tippy top of the house, we shut the door. Angen hoda. Yangashiante jidewasun the garden day, to the window. In the middle of the house, we shut the door. Little hard. And we go further down the gashiante. Gua o huenjogo, to the basement of the house, the littlest door, we can close it. Angen hodon. Degidera age nosa, living in our house. Ganto iges eto yeses wagat senuni aguego ga idewes. Ga idewes, ga idewes, ga idewes. Iche. I'm all woken up. Yo yanere. And then breath in, duadurye, and sitting back in our chairs. Nyawagoa sewaguego, thank you so much for all the things you shared with me. Ona, ona, that's how we say it in our language, goodbye. Ona, ona, what's guano erado? Ona, ona, what's guano erado? Nyawa, nyawa, that means thank you. Nyawa, nyawa, wasadahu sadade. Nyawa, nyawa, wasadahu sadade. Nyawa sewaguego, and I hope you all have a good time and see all our little friends in your gardens. Ona.
Very Contrary Toy Theater Company. They're going to get started in just a minute. I welcome you to have some snacks that were donated.
Ready? Ready? Hi. Shall we start? Thank you all for this morning to our toy theater presentation. Thank you. My name is Maria.
My name is Marianne. Hello and welcome. Hi. Lights? Oh, no, not lights. Sorry. Are the lights going to work? We didn't test
The
them.
lights are working.
Okay. Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and all charming people gathered here today. My name is Hans Christian Andersen. Yes, Hans Christian Andersen.
What is his name?
I am a writer and teller of tales, and not to be confused with my dearest departed papa, also known as Hans Andersen. He was a shoemaker by trade. You know, it was my dearest father who read me and told me fairy tales. Ah, those most lovely, lovely stories. And it was my dear father who also introduced me to the toy theater. And here it is, a toy theater. Isn't it a pretty little thing? Oh, and such a lovely way to tell a tale. And today I am going to tell you a tale. I am going to tell you a tale set in a charming and prosperous town, much like the town where I grew up in the beautiful country of Denmark. Now, in my town, there was a castle, a real castle. And in that castle, there lived a prince. Yes, a real prince. Now, in our story today, as you can see, there is a castle. And in that castle, there lives an emperor. Once upon a time, once upon a time, there lived an emperor. Now, this emperor was not interested in very many things. No, no, no. This emperor was interested in one thing, and one thing only, and that was clothes. Clothes. He spent all his day thinking about his clothes and changing his clothes and spending all of his money on his clothes, too. Oh, that's all he thought about day and night was his clothes.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Look at all my clothes. Don't you love my clothes? Do you like my clothes? Yes, indeed. I love my clothes. Ah, look. I love the fabric. I love the lapels, the golden lapels, and all the gold trimming. I love everything about my clothes. Yes, and I love to speak out loud so you can hear me all, can you? So, as I was saying, I love my clothes from morning to night. Sometimes I change in the middle of the day. Do I care about my soldiers? No. Do I care about the theater? No, I don't care about the theater. Do I care about writing? Do I care about writing? I don't care about writing unless I am writing and people are admiring my clothes. Then I care about writing. So, as I said, it is time for me to get dressed. I shall pick something to wear. What shall I wear today? Should I wear the velvet jacket? Should I wear the red one? I will get my servants to help me. My dear servants, Fred and Joe.
Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty.
There you are, Fred and Joe.
Oh.
There you are, Fred.
No, I'm Joe.
Oh, Joe?
No, I'm Fred.
Oh, but whoever you are,
Yes, Your Majesty.
come
Yes, Your
and
Majesty.
help me get dressed, will
Yes, Your
you?
Majesty. Yes,
Yes,
Majesty.
come and help me choose what to wear today.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now, shall I wear the gold jacket or the purple one? And which wig should I wear today? And which crown? For I love my crown.
I say, oh my heavens above, where is the emperor? Is that emperor, is he in council with his ministers? No. Is he out riding? No. Is he at the theater? Oh, no. The minister is in his wardrobe and he's changing his clothes again.
That's the perfect wig for this outfit. Yes.
Oh, yes, there he
I love
is.
it. Mm-hmm.
Changing his clothes again.
Perfect.
Oh, Your Majesty.
Do I look grand? Do I look divine?
Indeed you do, Your Majesty.
I love this outfit.
Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Now, Your Majesty, today we have some important council business to discuss, Your Majesty.
No, not today, not today.
Oh,
For today
but-
is market day, and it is the day for me to go strut about and everyone admire my clothes.
Oh, very well, Your Majesty. Very well.
Come along to the market too. In fact, you should announce my coming.
Oh,
Come along,
yes,
come
Your
along.
Majesty. Yes, Your
Go
Majesty.
ahead, in
As
fact,
you
go
wish, Your
ahead.
Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. As you wish. Oh, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Now, in this town, as I mentioned, it was a prosperous town, and there were many diversions in this town, including a marketplace. Ah, we forgot the marketplace. Aha. There it is, including a marketplace. And all the common people would go to the market each week and they would buy and sell things. And the wealthy people would go to the market and they would strut about and show off their clothes and gossip. And the servants, well, of course, the servants were at the market because they were running errands for their masters. One day, two strangers came to the marketplace.
Well, I wonder if the emperor will come by today. Oh, yes, Mummy. Yes, Mummy, I'd love to see the emperor. And what kind of clothes will he be wearing, I wonder?
Oh, I wonder what the emperor's wearing today when he comes to the market.
Oh, we like to look at our emperor and all his clothes, for surely he's the best dressed emperor in the whole wide world.
Oh, yeah, and maybe I'll even buy some of my bread today.
Oh, I can't wait to see him, Mummy.
Well, on this day, two strangers came to town. They claimed to be weavers, men who wove cloth for clothes. You might think of them as scoundrels and rogues. I think we should call them tricksters.
Hey, Bjorn, did you hear about that?
Well, I sure did, Bjork. I sure heard. Oh, man, that emperor, he sure likes his clothes, doesn't
Oh,
he?
yes, he loves his clothes.
Oh, he loves his clothes. And you know what, Bjork? We know lots about clothes, don't we?
We do?
Yeah, we know about clothes.
What do you mean? We know about clothes?
Yeah, you know why? We know about clothes because we are weavers.
We are weavers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
weavers.
Weavers, yeah, we are
Yeah,
weavers.
listen to this, Bjork.
Oh, that's a great idea, Bjorn.
Yeah.
Listen. And what about this?
Okay. Oh, that's genius, Bjork. That's absolute genius.
I think we have a plan.
I think so too.
Let's do it, Bjorn.
Let's do it.
Here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bjorn.
And my name is Bjork.
Yeah, and we are
Weavers. And we love to weave cloth.
We weave the most beautiful cloth you could ever imagine in your whole
The most
lives.
beautiful cloth, and it's magical
Magical
cloth. For
cloth.
only those who are fit for their work and those who are clever can they see this cloth.
That's right. It's
All the other
magical
ones
cloth.
cannot see it. Oh, I'd love to have this cloth. I could find out who are the hardworking people and who are not.
Oh, I could see if my baker boy is baking his bread all night, if he's really working or if he's just lazing around.
Mommy, could we have some of that cloth? Oh, no, dear. I think it will be too expensive for us. Perhaps the emperor will get it.
I think I must tell the emperor about this fantastic magical cloth. I think he might just be very interested in this cloth. Ah, and here he comes. Your Majesty! Your Majesty.
Here I am.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Two gentlemen have come to town today, and they claim to be weavers, men who weave cloth, and they claim to weave the most magical cloth you could imagine, Your Majesty. They claim that the cloth can only be seen by those people who are very, very, very clever, or those people who are very, 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 very hardworking. What think you about this, Your Majesty?
Well, a magical cloth that can be seen only by those who are clever and those who are not lazy. Well, then I can find out who are the hardworking people in my kingdom. Indeed, it would be a great cloth to have. Oh, I think I'd like to have some of this magical cloth.
Oh, very good, Your Majesty. Very
hire
good.
these weavers immediately.
Yes, Your
Send
Majesty.
them to the castle to weave their magic on the looms and pay them with golden coins, give them whatever else they need,
Yes, Your
and
Majesty.
make it so.
Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Gentlemen, please follow me to the castle immediately, where you can begin work on your magical cloth.
Yes, sir!
Yes, sir!
Yes, sir! And so, the two strangers, the two tricksters, they followed the first minister to the castle, and they set up two great looms in a big, beautiful, sunny room, and they began to weave. They began to move the shuttle back and forth and back and forth and back and forth on the looms, and back and forth. And they worked and they worked and they worked and they worked until they looked like they would work their fingers to the bone. Oh, indeed, they worked. But was there anything there?
Hey, Bjorn, we did it. Here we are.
Here we are, Bjork, and we are weaving the most magnificent cloth you could ever imagine
The
in your
most
whole life.
magnificent cloth.
Oh, indeed, Bjork,
Out
indeed
of
we are.
Nothing.
And you know what, Bjork? The first minister, he gave us gold thread and beautiful jewels to put in that cloth. And what did we do with it, Bjork?
We put it in our bags, Bjorn.
And then the first minister, you know what else he gave us? He gave us lots of gold coins. And what did we do with the gold coins, Bjork?
We put them away in our bags, Bjorn.
And we are weaving.
And what will the people see when they come and see the cloth?
Oh, what will the people see when they come and see the
They
cloth,
see
Bjork?
magical cloth, or else they will look foolish if they don't.
They will see just what we want them to see.
Just what we want them to see.
But what are we weaving?
Nothing.
day and night, day and night.
Day and night, day and night.
We work away, day and night.
We work away, day and night.
From sunset to the dawn's first light.
From sunset to the dawn's first light.
We work away, day and night.
We work away, day and night.
Day and night,
Day and night, day and night.
We work away, day and night.
We work away, day and night.
From sunset to the dawn's first light.
Sunset to the dawn's first light.
We work away, day and night.
We work away, day and night.
Day and night.
Day and night. Day and night.
Day and night. Day and night.
Those weavers have been working all night long. I wonder what they have been doing. I think they have been weaving a magical cloth. I would like to go and see this cloth. But I don't know if I will see it. I don't know if I will see it. I better send someone else first, don't you think? This way I'll know. Well, I could send my first minister. Then if he sees the cloth, I'll know that he's clever. And if he doesn't, I'll know that he's not fit for his work. First minister, first minister, first minister.
Lights.
Hello, first minister.
Good morning, First Minister. Welcome.
I say.
Here you
yes,
are,
yes,
First
do,
Minister.
don't let me interrupt you. Do continue on your work, gentlemen.
Yes,
oh my
indeed.
goodness, I say, I cannot see a thing on those looms. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Am I not a good First Minister? Am I not clever? Am I foolish? Am I lazy? Oh my goodness, I cannot see a thing.
First minister, what do you
Yes.
think of our cloth? Do you like it?
What do you think of the color? What do you think of the fabric?
Yes, continue on working, gentlemen. Do continue. Oh my goodness, oh my soul, I don't know what to say, for I can see nothing at all. I see nothing at all. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
So do you like the design, First Minister?
Do you like the pattern, First Minister?
Do you like it? Do you
yes.
like
Oh
it?
my goodness, I do not know what to say, but you know what? I think I have to lie. I think I have to tell the Emperor it is fabulous, because if I do not, perhaps he will have my head. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Gentlemen!
Yes,
Yes, Voice Minister.
Gentlemen, this is indeed the most spectacular, amazing, stupendous cloth I've ever seen in my whole existence. You continue on, just continue on working as you are.
Very well, First Minister.
Thank you,
we
First
will.
Minister.
Thank
We
you.
will. Thank you, First Minister.
Thank
Thank you. Continue on. Continue
Thank
on,
you.
gentlemen. Continue on.
We will. We will. Hey, Bjorn. Bjorn. We did it. We did it. We will continue to weave. Yes.
And we will continue to weave nothing. Well, the two men indeed continued to weave, and they demanded more silver and gold thread, and more gold coins. And you know what they did with it all, don't you? You know what they did with all those silver and gold coins and all that lovely thread and silk? They put it right in their sacks. Yes, they did.
Well, the First Minister told me that he saw the most magnificent cloth. I I would like to see that cloth for myself. But what if I can't see it? I better send somebody else first, don't you think? Yes, I better send my servants and check the work of the weavers. And that way I'll find out if they're lazy bums. Fred and Joe, Fred and Joe.
May we come in? May we come in? We have been sent by the Emperor to check on the progress of your work.
Come in, come in.
Oh, yeah, come on in, boys. What do you think? What do you think?
Do you like the cloth? Do you like what you see?
Oh, no, Joe, I don't see anything.
I don't see anything. Fred, what are you going to
Oh,
do?
my goodness, what are we going to do? What are we
I
going to
don't know.
do?
Oh, are we lazy servants?
Are we lazy? Are we not good at our jobs? I
So,
thought we were pretty
boys,
good.
what do you think, eh? What do you
Yeah.
think?
What do you think of the pattern? What do you think of the color?
What do you think of the design?
Yeah, boys, what do you think?
Eh,
Oh, my
boys?
goodness, oh, my soul, I don't know what to do.
What are we going
I
to do?
don't know
What are we going to
say.
do?
What are we gonna
Oh,
say?
no.
What are we going to say? If we don't tell the Emperor that we see the cloth, oh, my goodness, oh, my goodness.
We'll be in trouble. We'll be in trouble.
We'll be in really big
So,
trouble.
boys, what do you think? What do you think? I think we should say we love it.
I think we should say we love it too,
Yeah,
because that'll be a good thing.
Oh,
But it'll have to, but Joe, it'll have to be our little secret.
Our little secret. Okay.
Our lips are sealed.
It's the most beautiful cloth.
It is the most beautiful
We
cloth
love
we've ever
it.
seen in
We
our
love
whole
it.
lives.
Oh, it is so beautiful.
It is so beautiful. It is so
Never seen
beautiful.
anything like
Thank you,
it.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, boys. Go tell the Emperor. Hey, Bjorn.
Hey, Bjork.
We did it.
We did it.
We'll continue to weave.
Nothing. Well, the servants went and they told the emperor that the cloth was indeed magnificent and spectacular and so beautiful. And then they told some friends, and of course, soon word had spread throughout the town about the magnificent cloth. And the emperor, well, he decided that he really ought to get a look at this cloth himself. Yes, he thought it was time for him to see the cloth. And so he called his first minister to bring the two men, the two weavers, those two tricky fellows, to bring them to his wardrobe, to his change room, and there he would have a good look at that cloth. And he would see for himself what sort of cloth it really was.
Well. It is time for me to see the cloth. Here I am waiting for them to bring me the cloth.
Your
Majesty.
Majesty. Your Majesty, I bring the two weavers with the cloth. Here you go, Your Majesty. You may have a look.
Oh, I see. I see. I don't see at all. I don't see at all. I don't see. Does that mean that I'm not a good emperor? That I'm not fit for my work? Oh dear. Let me look at that cloth.
Yes, Your Majesty.
It's
It's right here, Your Majesty.
I see. But I don't see at all. I don't see anything at all. Oh dear. Well, nobody should know. Nobody will ever know that I can't see. Oh, no. I shall pretend that I see. Oh, it is the most magnificent cloth ever. Why? The design, the weave, the golden threads. Oh, it's magnificent.
Oh,
I've
thank
never
you,
seen
Your
anything
Majesty.
like this before. Well done, weavers.
Yes, Your Majesty. I totally agree. And, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion, Your Majesty.
Yes?
Do you think it would be an excellent idea to have the cloth made into a brand new suit of clothes for His Majesty for the grand procession, which is happening very soon?
Indeed,
What do you say, Your Majesty, about this idea?
I think it is a grand idea. Indeed, it is a grand idea that I should have a new suit of clothing for the procession. And are these weavers tailors too?
Oh, indeed they are, Your Majesty.
Very well then. Pay them some more gold coins and give
Yes,
them
Your
whatever they
Majesty.
need to make this outfit.
Yes, Your
And, well, make it so. Make it
Yes, Your
so.
Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Gentlemen, begin at once to make a new suit for the Emperor.
Yes, sir. We
yes,
will.
sir. I will measure,
And I will cut.
and we will make the most beautiful suit of clothing you've ever seen in your whole
Most
life.
beautiful suit of clothing out
Out
of
of nothing. So, the day of the great procession arrived. And the two men, they brought the suit of clothes to the emperor. Oh, it was as delicate as cobwebs, as light as a feather, and as smooth as the smoothest silk you could imagine. Yes, indeed. And they took it into the emperor's wardrobe. And he proceeded to take off all of his clothes and put on the new suit. Trousers, shirt, jacket, cloak, even a fancy new crown. Oh, and you know the emperor himself? Well, he felt that that suit was as light as a cobweb, as delicate as feathers, oh, and as smooth as the smoothest silk he had ever seen. He almost felt as if he was wearing nothing at all.
Your Majesty, people are gathered in the streets. The grand procession is ready to begin when you are ready, Your Majesty.
I am ready. Why, this suit of clothing is spectacular. It feels as if I'm wearing nothing at all.
Very good, Your Majesty. I shall wait for your orders.
We did it, Bjorn.
We did it, Bjork. And now it's time to split.
Let the procession begin.
Make way for His Majesty, the Emperor. Oh. Oh my, look at the Emperor, how handsome he looks in his new suit. Is it not the most divine suit you could imagine? Is it not lovely?
He is a handsome emperor indeed, and so fit to be our emperor, I would say.
Indeed, he's fit to be emperor.
But look, the Emperor, he's wearing nothing at all. What did she, who said that? What did she say? It was a little child. What did she say? Nothing? How could she say such a thing? Oh my goodness, could that be true? Well, maybe. Maybe it is true. He's not wearing anything? Oh, you know what? He really is not wearing anything at all. Not anything at all. Oh no! Oh my goodness. Our emperor is naked, 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 naked. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The emperor is all together, he's all together, he's all together, he's all together as naked as the day that he was born. The emperor is all together, he's all together, he's all together, he's all together as naked as the day that he was born. The emperor is all together, he's all together, he's all together, yes, all together as naked as the day that he was born. As naked as the day that he was born. The poor emperor, he felt very silly indeed, for he knew that the people were right. But he continued to march with his head held high, for he was the emperor. And his servants continued to follow him, and the clothes that were not there. I am Hans Christian Andersen,
He's Hans Christian Andersen.
and I have told you a tale. And now it is time for you to tell the tale. You can tell it to your family. You can tell it to your friends. You can even tell it to yourself.
Yes, tell the tale. Tell the tale.
You can tell it without words, in your head and your heart. Tell the tale. And with that,
Spread the wood and tell the tale.
spread the word and tell the tale. Tell a tale. And with that, we bid you adieu.
We bid you adieu.
Adieu. Adieu. Oh my God.
Thank you so much, the Mary Contrary Toy Theater Company. Thank you. Let's give them a nice round of applause one more time. Thank you so much. What a lovely story. We're going to give them a minute to pack up their things. We've got another great show of stories coming up called Unlikely Heroes. It is a set of stories about some of the heroes that we haven't heard about before. So if you'd like, stick around. We've got more programming. Please have some snacks. Visit the book bank. Thank you so much for Stories. Thank you so much. If you'd like to stick around, please come join us at the front of the space. Find a seat. We're so excited to bring you this next series of stories. I put together these 4 stories. We called it Unlikely Heroes. Sometimes the hero is the strongest and the bravest, and sometimes the hero is the one we least expect. And right now we're going to hear about some of those heroes. So I hope you will enjoy this series as much as I enjoy putting it together. First up, we have Lakshmi Balaji.
Thank you so much. I am Lakshmi Balaji. I am a storyteller. I love to tell stories to kids. Now I am going to tell a story from Hindu mythology. So there are 3 gods in Hindu mythology, 3 main gods. One is Brahma, another is Vishnu, and another is Shiva. So Brahma is creator, and Vishnu is preserver, and Shiva is destroyer. So to preserve this earth, Vishnu came to earth now and then as incarnations, and he destroyed evil. So I'm going to tell such a story. So one of his incarnation is little Krishna. Vishnu came to earth as a human child, and he came to earth as a human child to destroy evil. So little Krishna is blue in color, and he always likes peacock feather he puts in his head. He always likes to eat butter. He loves all the human beings and all the living things. He always eats butter. He skips any meals like breakfast or dinner or lunch, anything. He just skips all the meal of the day and eats butter. He always eats his butter in his home, and if it is not there in his home, he just wanders around his neighborhood and eats all the butter. So in his village, all of them are afraid of little Krishna's butter stealing, so they just hid it in a pot and hung them high, so little Krishna won't reach it. But, just a minute. But with his elder brother, Balram, he always gets what he wants. So in such a day, there was a rain drizzling all over the earth. So Balram and Krishna went to play in their backyard. The aroma of earth was so pleasing. The trees, the grass, and the leaves are so pleasing that the mud is so wet and the texture of mud is so soft, they just want to play in the mud. So they just did. They were playing in the mud. But the aroma was so pleasing, little Krishna just wants to taste the mud. Yeah, he wants to taste the mud, and he just did it. Yummy! Ah, so tasty. His brother Balram, who is not noted that he is eating the mud, just heard the voices tasty and yummy. So he asked, Krishna, what is so yummy? What is so tasty? Mud, it is so tasty. It is so yummy. Please taste it. Mud? Yucky. Oh no, you must not taste the mud, Krishna. No, brother, please taste it. It is so yummy. You have to taste it. No, spit it out. I will tell our mom. I will tell to our mom. No, if you don't want to taste, you just ignore, brother. I am going to taste it. No, Krishna. I am going to mom and call our mom. Ma, please come. The Krishna is eating mud. If he gets ill, I am not sure. I am not sure. I don't know what to do. Then their mother Yasoda came. Oh, Balram, what happened? What are you doing? What are you telling? What happened? No, if he gets sick, it is not my fault. Hmm? What? Who will get sick? What is not your fault? Krishna is eating mud, so I told him not to eat, but he is eating. Please don't go to it. I don't know. So Balram was so afraid, and he just told their mom. So Yashoda, Krishna's mom, just came and asked little Krishna. Krishna was eating mud. When he saw that his brother and his mother is coming, he just acts like a very innocent child and started playing in the mud. Krishna, what did you do? Ma, I didn't do anything. No, Krishna, Balram is telling that you ate mud. No, Amma, he is lying. I didn't eat any mud. No, I think you are lying. Yeah, brother, Krishna is lying. I am sure Krishna is lying. Okay, Balram, don't get tensed. I will take care of it. Then, okay. So, everyone saw that he ate mud, right? Everyone saw it, right? Did you saw? Yeah, everyone saw it. But he is lying. Everyone knows that he is lying. So, his mother Yasoda told, okay, Krishna, if you do not lie, just open your mouth. And, okay, then we will all know that you didn't eat the mud. Open your mouth. But little Krishna did not open his mouth. No, Amma, you are not believing me. No, Ma, I am not going to open the mouth. You are not believing me. See, do you believe him? Do you believe him? No, right? See, no one is believing you. For that, just open your mouth, then everyone believes you. Just open your mouth. With the innocent look in his face and hesitation, he just opened his mouth. He just opened his mouth, and what Yashoda saw in his mouth, she just shocked. She just got shocked. And do you know what she saw in his mouth? It was flashes. She got just mesmerized by the flashes. She just saw the entire universe. She just saw the space, all the planets, all the stars, the sun, and distance between them. She just saw our entire earth and all the oceans in them. She just saw the entire, all the landforms and all the water forms in that, and all the living beings in that. She just saw all the hope and all the pity of each and every living being. She just saw all the thinking, all the ideas, all the emotions of each and every living being. Not even a pebble, not even a tree, not even a leaf left out from it. She just saw each and every bit of dirt in the entire earth in his little mouth. At last, she saw herself looking into little Krishna's mouth, and she gasped, "Oh my God!" So she asked to close his mouth. "Okay, Krishna, please close your mouth." And he did. "I told you so. Now you are believing me, right?" Thereafter, Yashoda, she never, ever, ever doubted little Krishna. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that story of little Krishna. Next up, I'm going to bring Natasha Charles.
So, the people from the village of Carland in East England tell of a strange story about the moon. Way back when these people's great-great-great-grandparents were children, much of Carland was covered in fens, deep marshes, through which the people often had to pass. Now, crossing the fens by day, that was fine. However, at night, it was a different story. For that was when all the creatures who dwelt in the bog, the bogles, the hags, the witches, the will-o'-the-wisp, came out, hoping to ensnare the unwary traveler. Only on those nights when the moon shone full and golden was it safe for people to pass, for those creatures could not bear the moon's light and would hide. The creatures in the bog hated the moon, but she was safe shining up in the sky. However, the moon was curious. She had heard all about these strange creatures, whom, of course, she had never seen. So, one night, the night before what would have been the night of the new moon, the moon donned her long, dark cloak that reached almost to her feet. This is the same cloak that she sometimes uses to cover herself with in the sky. Her shining golden face and hair, she hid with the cloak's hood. The moon then went down, down, down to earth, just outside the entrance of the fens. The moon felt a wave of anger and hatred push against her. Go back! Do not enter. But the moon, with one golden footstep in front of the other, entered the fens. Instantly, she was surrounded by utter darkness. But the light of her feet, poking out from under that robe, emitted just enough light for her to see what was in front of and what was beside her. The light from her hood emitted just enough light for her to be able to look ahead and look around her. The moon was so interested in seeing what was in the fens, she forgot to look ahead. By an old gnarled tree, the moon suddenly stumbled. The tree, alerted to the presence of something, lashed out two long, thin branches. Those branches coiled around the wrist of the moon, then tightened, holding her fast. Trapped, the moon struggled to free herself. As she struggled, she heard, "Help! Please! Please! Anyone! A light?" Turning her head, the moon saw a figure of a man, his face ashen, his eyes wide and round with terror. "Please," he called out, "please, a light! Anyone!" The moon wanted to help the man. She started to rock her head back and forth until her hood fell back, exposing her face, which lit up the ground of the fens. "Oh, thank goodness!" the moon heard the man cry as he ran safely out of the fens. The moon was so happy that she had been able to help the man, she forgot about her own danger. The branches around her wrist, which had loosened a bit at the light, tightened again. The moon suddenly felt herself hit from behind the head as her hood was pulled tight over her face. Now, not being able to see anything, the moon heard whispers around her. "The moon! We have caught the moon! What shall we do with her? Kill her! Kill her! kill her. How? Poison, drown her. Drown her. The branches around the moon's wrist loosened. The moon felt a huge whoomp as a thick branch pushed her into the stream behind her. Vines crept up from the floor of that stream bed. The moon felt those vines wrapped tightly around her, and whoomp! The moon was pulled underwater, where she was held at the bottom of that stream. Now, the next night, the villagers of Cartland, with a penny in their pockets and straw in their hats, got ready to welcome the return of the moon. They waited. No moon. The next night, no moon. The night after that, and the next, no moon. The villagers could feel that anger coming from the bog, even though they did not dare enter. What had happened to their beloved moon? The villagers decided to seek the help of the old woman. Now, this old woman was new to the village. She had come around when the moon had disappeared, and she had put herself in a small hut. She had been very helpful to the villagers with potions and medicines, of which she seemed to know a lot about. The witch listened to the villagers tell their tale. She nodded and put her gnarled, knobby hands together. Yes, she hissed. Yes, the moon has been hidden from me for many a night now. My spells don't work. It is too dark for them to work. I need the moon. She went to a table upon which was perched a large book. Standing on a stool, she peered over, turning the pages of that book with a thin, knobby finger. She finally shook her head. No, it is too dark for me to see the moon. She glanced angrily at the villagers, the firelight gleaming dully on her eyes that looked like pieces of flint. You people go out to where new people in your village stay, and ask them about the moon. When you find something out, return to me. Well, the villagers went to the inns. There were only 2 in their village. In the second inn, a man whom they did not know stood up. The moon? The moon, you say? Yes, I remember now. A few nights ago, I was passing through the fens at night. It was completely dark. I was begging for a light when suddenly the whole ground of the fens was lit with moonlight. But those shadows, now that I think about it, that light did not come from the sky. That light came from the ground. The villagers and the men rushed to the old woman's hut. She nodded her wrinkled head. Yes, the moon has been hidden from me. She shuffled back to that book. It is still too dark. Those fools, they have trapped the moon. And it will take humans to rescue her. She looked at the villagers again. Tomorrow night, enter the fens. Go with torches. Go with twigs of hazel in your pocket, for hazel has a truth to it, and those creatures in the fens cannot abide any type of truth. Under your tongue, put a pebble to keep you grounded to the earth. She slammed an angry hand on the book. And don't return until you find and rescue the moon. Once in the fens, look for a cross, 2 ghost candles, and a stone coffin. Now go, rescue the moon. I need the moon. The next night, the village men were ready with twigs of hazel in their pockets, torches in their hands, under their tongue, a carefully cleaned pebble. With the torches, the villagers approached the entrance to the fens. They felt that wave of anger. Do not enter. Go back. But the village men, with their torches as one, stepped into the fens. They started looking around. The man in front of them suddenly stopped. He pointed. The people put their torches in the direction where he was pointing. By the light of their torches, up ahead, they saw an old, gnarled tree. Two of those tree's branches passed over a narrow stream. Those two branches crossed. Under that cross were the two blue-white flames of the will-o'-the-wisp. For indeed, in the land of the dead, there are no red and gold colors. As they neared those will-o'-the-wisp by the torchlight, they saw that huge rectangular stone slab where the moon was trapped. The men in the front handed their torches to the men in the back. Those men with their hand free went around that stone. They knelt down and they pushed and scraped the stone away. Underneath in the stream, they could see that tall, hooded figure underwater. The men had their stone knives, which they used to cut away the vines. They then started to help that figure up. As they did so, the hood fell back. The men say they saw the face of a woman smiling at them. That face came closer and closer and closer, and shh! The moon was once again shining full and golden in the sky. The men doused the light of their torches and happily left the fens, where the rest of the villagers, who knew what happened because they could see the moon in the sky, were waiting to celebrate the rescue and return of their beloved moon. Only one small boy saw the old woman leave her hut and rush towards the fens. As the boy watched, he saw two huge bat wings emerge from her shoulders. Now, do not ask me how I know this, but I can tell you on good authority that the witch and all the other masters of the dark gathered in the fens that night. They summoned the creatures who lived in the fens and warned them to never again entrap the moon. For just as the masters of the light know that one cannot see the light without the darkness, so the masters of the dark know that one cannot see the dark without the light. So the moon, she would be safe if she ever again decided to come to Earth and explore. But as far as I know, the moon's curiosity has been sated. She is happy to remain in the sky, shining her light down on all of us below on Earth at those nights ever since. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natasha. What a perfect story. We have a full moon tonight, and actually there's going to be a lunar eclipse as well, so it's a perfectly fitting story for today. Next up, I bring Susan Ida Bucco.
Hello, everybody. Oh, this festival is incredible, isn't it, this Toronto Festival? Let's give an applause for Michelle. All right, Michelle. Just wonderful, absolutely wonderful. You know, my mother was not born when this story was written. No. It came from 1921. In 1921, this book was published, and it's called The Sandman's Goodnight Stories. 1921. Can you imagine all that way back? And there is a story in that book, way, way long time ago in that book, and it's called When Jack Frost Was Young. And this telling is based mostly on that story. And here it is. Mother, those farmers, they have to learn to appreciate me. They have to learn to respect me. They're not doing any of that. They're ignoring me. They're laughing at me, Mother. That's what they're doing. And I don't like it. And I'm going to get them back. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get them back. Jack, said his mother, the North Wind. Oh, Jack. What are you talking about? You're going to get them back? Huh? How are you going to do that? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come out. I'm going to go outside the house, and I'm going to lay a thick, thick layer of frost everywhere. And that will destroy what they've grown. That's what I'm going to do. Jack, said his mother. Oh, Jack, said that North Wind. Don't you bother with those farmers. I don't want you even bothering at all with those farmers. What I want you to do is I want to focus on what you're good at, what you like to do. You know that time, Jack, you know that time when the summer goes to sleep, just before the winter wakes up, that time of fall, and all of those beautiful colors that you bring out on the leaves, Jack. Oh, the leaves from the trees and the leaves from the bushes, all of those glorious, beautiful colors. That's what I want you to concentrate on. And besides, it's too soon. It's just far too soon to come out. Mother, said Jack, you're just too old-fashioned. That's what he said to his mother. That's a bit rude, isn't it? Huh? That's a bit rude. He says, you are just too old-fashioned. Jack, she said, I know exactly what I'm telling you. It's too soon to come out and lay all of that frost everywhere to destroy their crops. Too soon. Well, Jack waited until his mother, the North Wind, was asleep. And then what Jack did is he snuck out of the house at night. And he went and he laid a thick layer of frost everywhere. Oh, everywhere. Now, old Sun had just finished eating his breakfast by the moonlight. And there he was brushing his teeth, because that's what you do after you have your breakfast, eh? You go and you brush your teeth. And as he was brushing his teeth, he was thinking to himself, it is so nice to sleep in. It is so nice to sleep in. Oh, he liked that feeling. And after he brushed his teeth, he opened the door to his house and out he went out. And what he saw disturbed him. It upset him. Jack, he said. Jack, come here. I'm right here. Jack, what have you done? I have laid a thick layer of frost everywhere. Those farmers are going to learn to respect me. They're going to appreciate me. They're going to pay attention to me now. Jack, you came out too soon. You just came out too soon. You and my mother, you are just so old-fashioned. Again, Jack with the attitude. You are just so old-fashioned. And off he went to his house. Now it was a few weeks later. His mother, the North Wind, woke him up. Jack. What? Jack, wake up. Soon it's going to be time to go out. I don't know. And so his mother, the North Wind, went out of the house.
But when Jack heard her voice, oh, Jack! Jack! Come here! Well, you know, when you hear that voice, you gotta go. And he went out of that house and he went right beside his mother. But then what he saw upset him so much. It really, really upset him. Mother, he said, Mother, where are my colors? Where are all these beautiful colors that I create? Where are all these beautiful colors, Mother? Jack, we've talked about this before. I told you. When the sun lies down to sleep and the winter comes up, in that time of fall, and you with your artistry and your craft and your gift, you bring out all of these colors. And you destroyed it all because you were so focused. You just wanted to get back at those farmers for making fun of you. And today, you can see. Because everywhere Jack looked, there was rot and decay. There was no colors on those leaves, not on the leaves of the bushes, nowhere. And he became sad. Oh yes, he became very sad. And what Jack did, when a lot of us become sad, right, we go back home, and he went home and he had a cry. His mother felt sorry for him. He had a big, deep cry. And then after, he went for a little walk. After he got a little cuddle from his mother, right? It's always nice to have a little cuddle, isn't it? When you're sad. Yeah, nice little cuddle. So he got that cuddle, and then he went for a walk. And as he was walking, a farmer came up to him. Jack, me and my own, we missed your colors this year. Your colors that you put on the leaves and on the leaves of the trees and leaves of the bushes. We missed your colors. You farmers made fun of me, and I got back at you. Not me nor my own, Jack. Not me or my own. We didn't make no fun of you. No, not at all. Not me or my own. Well, Jack had to think about that. It wasn't all the farmers that were making fun of him. It was just some farmers making fun of him. Oh, he thought. And there was a tree. And he kind of laid back at that tree, and the tree felt him leaning back. And the tree came and put one branch and another branch and just kind of hugged Jack a little bit. And the tree said to Jack, Jack, my leaves have got no color this year. No color at all. Well, I know, said Jack, I know. Well, what happened, Jack? Well, I got upset with the farmers, and now I just found out that it's not all farmers. I mean, there are some, well, maybe, I don't know how many, but it's not all farmers that make fun of me. Just those farmers. And so I got so upset, I just went out and I put a thick layer of frost everywhere. And when my mommy called me, I saw the result of what I did. And I'm so sorry about your leaves. I really am sorry about your leaves. Ah, said the tree. Now, Jack, are you going to do that again? No, I'm not going to do it again. No, I am not. Well, that's good, said the tree. And the tree took one of its branches and just gave Jack a little pat on the head. Yeah. And then the tree said to Jack, Jack, I've been meaning to talk to you about my colors on my leaves. Yeah. I think I would like them to come out a little bit later than usual. Really, said Jack. Yeah, I think I would. Oh. And he started to talk to Jack about the colors. and about when the colors should come out. Well, that tree, all of a sudden there was another tree. And then another tree after that. And of course the bushes got involved. The bushes wanted their leaves a certain color and to come out at a certain time. And well, pretty soon Jack was so busy just focusing on what he's good at, focusing on his craft and focusing on those colors. He didn't give no mind to what other people said. He just focused on what he was good at. Ooh. And when that fall came, those colors came out right that time when the summer is asleep and just before the winter wakes up. And that beautiful fall colors, those trees, those bushes, they were glorious. There were reds and oranges and, oh my heavens, all sorts of colors. And they came out at different times. Yeah. And Jack, who was so desperate to get that attention, for people to pay attention to him, right? So that was so important to him. Well, in the end, he got it. Because some of those farmers got together and they gave him an award. They gave him an award of appreciation because of all of the colors that he helped bring out that fall. Oh, it was just beautiful. It was just absolutely beautiful. And so in the end, Jack learned that lesson. And that lesson carried him through the rest of his years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. Let's give her another round of applause. A lovely Jack story. Thank you so much. And now we have our final teller for Unlikely Heroes, Keisha Christie.
Thank you. That sounds about right. Yes, thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. So excited to see all of you. It's great to be in person, isn't it? I have to say. Well, I'm going to share a story with you about a Caribbean hero. So it may, depending on who you talk to, they'll say trickster or hero. Now, he's a character that you may be familiar with, or he may be new to you. He's got the face of a man and the body of a spider, and his name is Anansi. Now, Anansi and his stories originated in West Africa and traveled to the Caribbean through the transatlantic slave trade. These stories were born of the Ashanti people. And Anansi had many characteristics. He was known as being very smart, very cunning, and one of his more talked about characteristics would be that he was very, very lazy. But he often got himself in and out of trouble doing unconventional things. But somehow, there was always someone who benefited from his actions. And now, if you look around, there are Anansi stories everywhere. Anansi and the pot of beans, Anansi and wisdom, Anansi and common sense, Anansi, Anansi, Anansi. But where did all these stories come from? Would you believe me if I told you that all of these Anansi stories started with a simple favor? Long, long ago, when Tiger was considered to be the strongest of all of the animals and king of the forest, everything was named after Tiger. There was a lily that when it bloomed, its stripes reminded everyone of Tiger. They called it Tiger Lily. And there was a moth, when its wings were outstretched, the red stripes reminded everyone of Tiger. They called it Tiger Moth. And if you looked in the river, there was a stone that looked like, you guessed it, Tiger Eye. So everything was named Tiger, 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 for its strength, for its beauty. Even the stories that were told in the evenings when the animals gathered together were called Tiger stories. Well, Anansi, who was considered to be the weakest of all of the animals, wanted to have one thing named after him. And when he thought about it, he wanted something that the people would remember. And so he saw the love for these stories and wanted the stories to be called Anansi stories. Well, Anansi decided that he was going to walk right up to Tiger and ask him for those stories. And so he did. On one evening when the stories were being passed back and forth, and Tiger was laying still with his eyes half closed and tail making a slow S in the sky, Anansi walked right up to Tiger and said, "Tiger, I would like to have the stories called Anansi stories." Well, all of the other animals began to laugh. Who was Anansi to ask for such a favor? But Tiger didn't move. You see, of all the things that were named after Tiger, Tiger's pride and joy were the stories that were told. But as king, Tiger needed to seem fair. So he thought for a moment. He looked at Anansi and said, "As you wish, Anansi, as you wish, but..." All the animals were shocked. How could these stories be called Anansi stories? They all leaned in closer to find out what was next. Tiger said, "Anansi, if you want these stories, you have to do 2 tasks. 1, bring me all of the bees. I like to have my own honey. 2, you need to bring me Yellow Snake, the longest and the widest snake in the forest, alive." Well, Anansi thought about this. Okay, he could probably come up with a plan. Then Tiger continued, "You have 7 days. Ooh, all of the animals were shocked, but they figured Anansi couldn't get this done, so it was okay, and everyone went home. Well, Anansi went home coming up with a plan. Monday, bright and early, Anansi got his gourd, which looked like a butternut squash with a hard shell, and he walked deep into the forest and he asked himself one question over and over again. How many? How many? How many? Well, the iguana saw Anansi and Anansi, "Why are you talking to yourself?" No answer. Then the centipede with all of its legs saw Anansi and asked, "Why are you talking to yourself?" No answer. Queen Bee was entertained by Anansi talking so loudly to himself, she had to ask, "Anansi, why are you talking to yourself?" Well, Anansi spoke up. "Well, you see, Queen Bee, I made a bet with Tiger, and you know that Tiger has a temper. And well, I told him that I knew how many bees could fit in this gourd, but I don't know how to prove myself right." "Oh, that's easy," Queen Bee said. "You measure 1 bee, and then you look at your container and you do the math." Anansi never went to school, so bookwork was never his thing. He politely told the queen that that wasn't something he could do. She laughed lightly and went about her business. Well, the next day, Tuesday, Anansi took that same gourd and went deeper into the forest to the area where the bees collect their pollen to make their honey. And he again asked himself the same question over and over again. Well, this time, Queen Bee was coming back from collecting all of that pollen, and she looked at her right hand, bee, and said, "This is Anansi's problem. He needs to know how many bees will fit into the gourd." "Well, that's easy," said the right-hand bee. "We will fly into the gourd 1 at a time, and Anansi can count. And then when the last one gets in, we'll fly back out and he can check his number again." Oh, what a great idea. So Anansi held the gourd up to the sun as he was instructed, and the bees flew in 1 at a time. 1, 2, 25, 45, 55, all the way up to 157 bees. When the last one flew in, Anansi closed the gourd, and he rushed as fast as his tiny legs could take him deep into the middle of the forest where Tiger was hanging out with some of the other animals, and said, "Tiger, look, here is the gourd with the bees," and you could still hear them inside. Bzz, bzz. Well, Tiger was impressed, but very upset, because he didn't want to give his stories away, but he was really proud of himself and how clever he was to give Anansi 2 tasks and not 1. And Anansi still had time to fail. Well, he reminded Anansi that he still had to get Yellow Snake, and so off Anansi went. Well, Anansi thought and thought, how could he do this? The biggest, longest snake in the forest. How could he do it? Anansi decided he would set a trap. Some animals are creatures of habit, and Yellow Snake was one of those creatures. Every morning would come out of his hole and come down to the river and take a drink of water. Well, Anansi made his plan. He dug a hole very deep and very wide, and inside this hole, Anansi filled it with all the things that Yellow Snake loved to eat. Bananas, okra, he had avocado pears, and the absolute favorite of all of the snakes are eggs. And he piled them all in. And then he lined the sides of this hole with as much grease as he could find. Well, there it was. Yellow Snake was coming down, making his way to the river, when he saw and smelled all of this delicious food. Well, he looked and saw that there was something around all the food. So he tied one end of his tail to a nearby tree, lowered himself inside, and ate all of the food in 2 gulps, and then continued all the way down to the river and drank some water. Anansi lost bananas, okra, avocado pears, and eggs. What was he going to do? His trap had failed. And it was Friday. What was he going to do? Well, by this time, word got out that Anansi was trying to catch Yellow Snake. So Yellow Snake called Anansi. I am going to find out what Anansi wants with me, decided Yellow Snake. Well, Anansi came before Yellow Snake, very nervous, and he said, Yellow Snake, I have to be honest. I made a bet with Tiger. And Tiger has a very bad temper, but I told him that you were the longest snake in the forest. Yes, I am, said Yellow Snake, but I don't know how to prove it. Ugh. Yellow Snake said, that's easy. That bamboo stick over there, bring it here, and you can measure. So Anansi did. He took the longest bamboo stick that he could find, laid it down, and so Yellow Snake lived next to it. Well, Anansi went down to the tail, and then he went back up to the head. And then he said, oh, you know, Yellow Snake, I'm not sure. Because when I look at your tail, you move your head. And when I look at your head, you move your tail. What do we do next? Yellow Snake had a great idea. Tie my tail to the bamboo stick. And so Anansi did. Tied. And then he went back up to the head. And then he went to the middle, and then he went back up to the head and said, you know what, Yellow Snake, I'm still not sure that you are the longest. I mean, I look at your head and then your body moves. What should we do? Yellow Snake had another idea. Tie my body to the stick. And so Anansi did. Tied it up again. And then Anansi went up to the head and said, you know something, Yellow Snake, you're just a little bit shorter than this stick. Can you stretch? Yellow Snake said, yes. And he stretched and stretched and stretched as far as he could. And as soon as his head got to the very top of that stick, Anansi jumped in and tied his head to the stick. Now, Yellow Snake could not move. There it was. Anansi picked up that stick in the final hours before he had to present his 2 tasks to Tiger, and rushed as fast as his tiny legs could take him with that ginormous stick to the middle of the forest where Tiger was hanging out with some of the other animals. And when he got there, Tiger's face fell. And from that day until this day, all of the stories are known as Anansi stories. Jack Mandora, Mina choose none.
Thank you all so much. Thank you to all 4 tellers for beautiful stories. Let's give them another round of applause. We are going to take a short couple minutes break. We're a little bit behind schedule, but we have a really great program coming up called Tales of Enchantment. So if you like magic and you like to believe in magic, we have some exciting stories coming up for you. Please visit the Children's Book Bank. Please take some books home. Please have a because I like tales of enchantment, and I think you will like these tales as well. First up, I'm very proud to bring to you somebody who has given so much to this community. She is so generous with her time and her knowledge. She has taught most of us how to be storytellers, and I'm so excited to hear her tell a story of her own. I bring to you Marilyn Peringer.
Thank you, Michelle. And thank you, everyone, for coming and being a part of this festival. I have a very nice announcement to make. The story I have chosen for today is a story from France, and as far as I know, it's only been told in French. So this is a premiere because I'm going to tell it in English for the first time, and I hope you like it. It's called in French Père Long-Nez, which means Father Long-Nose. And this is how the story goes. Once upon a time, there were 2 kingdoms, each ruled by a king. And these 2 kingdoms were separated by a forest, a large, dark, dense, mysterious forest. But the forest didn't belong to anyone, and both of the kings wanted it for their own countries. So they invaded from either end. And when they met, they started fighting over the forest. They fought for a long time. Both sides were evenly matched. And after 7 days, there were no winners, there were no losers, but they had a very tired set of armies. So they decided to have a pause, a truce for a while, and they retreated to their camps. Now, the camp of one of the kings was on one side of a river, and the other king had his camp on the other side. The river was very large, very wide, and it flowed through the forest. But there was no way of getting across. And one of the kings thought, even though my army is tired, at nightfall, how wonderful it would be if we could sneak across, and then we'd win the battle for sure, and maybe the whole war. But there was no way of crossing that wide, wide river, and it was too deep to swim. But there was one soldier in the king's army. He wasn't an important soldier. He was, I think a sentry, a guard. But he'd been thinking the same thing as the king. How could they get across the river? And for some reason, he thought the answer lay in the forest. So, because he wasn't on duty that night, he left the camp and he wandered through the forest where he couldn't see anything. Even the trees above were so close together, he couldn't see the stars. But there was an oak tree, and it looked really old. He climbed up that oak tree, and he found that he was a little bit above the rest of the forest. And when he looked down, there was a clearing, and in the center of the clearing, a campfire was burning. And seated around the campfire were a bunch of children, like about your age, and some a little bit younger and some a little bit older. And the children were very excited. They were clapping their hands and saying, Père Longnay, Père Longnay, Father Longnose is coming. And indeed, as the sentry watched from above, a little old man came running into the clearing, skinny arms and legs, and he had a very long nose. Oh, the children were so happy to see him, and they clapped their hands and said, sit with us, sit with us. And he said, oh, my children, as he put his arms around a couple around the campfire. It could have been you that he was putting his arms around, or you over there. And he said, my nose tells me that you want some news. Oh, yes, tell us what's been happening, Père Longnay. Well, you know already, he said, that there are two very foolish kings who have made war in our forest. They're so silly. No one has won and no one has lost. And I think it's going to stay that way because neither of those two kings know the secret to making a bridge across the river. What's the secret? Said the children. The red tree. L'arbre rouge. Trees are green. Ah, but not the red tree. There's only one in our forest, and it's magic. One red branch from that red tree, even a little one, on the surface will build a bridge instantly. But shh, Motus, you are not to tell anyone. You know the law of the forest? Qui dira ce qui ne doit pas, statue de pierre deviendra. I can see that some people here know what that means, but I think I'd better translate it. Someone who says what he's not supposed to say will turn into stone. Well, hiding up in the tree, the sentry had heard everything, and he knew that he was not observed. So he took a little nap, and the dawn woke him the next morning. The clearing was deserted. The fire was out. He climbed down the tree and started looking for, do you remember what he was looking for? Oui, l'arbre rouge, the red tree. And he looked a long time, but once he found it, he knew. Trunk, leaves, limbs, all of the tree was red. And he broke off a very little branch because he didn't like to break branches off trees. He took a little branch and he stuck it inside his uniform. And then he went back to the camp. And he went right up to the king, who was sitting outside his tent looking very unhappy. And he made a bow, and he said, Your Majesty, the army can cross the river tonight. Well, we're going to need a bridge for that, said the king. I can provide that tonight. Prepare the army, said the sentry. And the king looked at him and said, All right, you'd better be right, or if not, you'll pay for it. Well, the young man knew he didn't have to worry. And that night, at midnight, when the army was all ready to go, he went to the riverbank, and out of his uniform, he took that little red branch and laid it on the surface of the water, and instantly, from the bank right next to him, a great bridge began to rise, and it arced over in a beautiful rainbow shape and planted itself on that opposite bank so far away. And the army rushed over, completely taking the others by surprise. So surprised were they didn't have time to get their weapons. They just ran. They ran for their own kingdom. Oh, the army of the sentries were so pleased. They celebrated and feasted because the army had a lot of food and drink left in the camp. And for 7 days, they celebrated their victory. And unfortunately, on the 8th day, their enemies came back from that other kingdom with fresh troops and fresh weapons and a desire for revenge. And they chased the other army back across the bridge, and then the war began again. And this time they fought in both camps and on the bridge in between. And at this point, the sentry went back into the forest because there was another truce. And he climbed the oak tree, and with his fingers crossed, he looked down. But there was the clearing, there was the fire burning, and the same children saying, Père Longuenay is going to come, Père Longuenay, il va arriver. And he did. On came Père Longuenay, sitting at the fire again, and he said to the children, now do you know what's happened? Oh, racontez-nous, tell us, Père Longuenay. Well, that king, he thought he was so clever building a bridge. Didn't do him any good, did it? The others came back, and now they're stuck again. No one is winning and no one is losing. It's a real shame. What a pity that neither one of those kings knows about la poudre puissante. La poudre powerful powder? What's that, Père Longuenay? Oh, you don't know about that? You don't know about our great gray rock in the middle of the forest? In that rock, there is a crevasse, a big hole, and at the bottom of that hole is a gray powder. And this powder is so powerful that even a few grains of that powder flung into the wind, if the wind is blowing away from your army, will blind 1,000 soldiers. It won't make them blind, but it will become so dark for them, they won't be able to see a thing. Ah, well, can you imagine when the sentry up on the tree heard that? But Père Longuenay said, Motus, you know the rule of the forest. How we know, we won't tell, said the children. But I'll tell you once more. Qui dira ce qui ne doit pas, statue de pierre deviendra. We know, said the children. And the sentry took a nap, climbed down the next morning, and he went to the king. And he said, there's no problem, Your Majesty. Tell me, which way is the wind blowing? It's coming from the southeast. Why? Said the king. It's going in the right direction. Your Majesty, I would like to lead the army across the river in an hour. And that's exactly what happened. The king put him in charge of the army, and he led it across, and because he had gone to the gray rock, scooped out the powder and put it in his handkerchief. When the time came, he threw all the powder into the eyes of the enemy. They couldn't see a thing. They couldn't even see to run away. Well, the war was over in about half an hour, and the peace treaty was signed, and the other army went home, and the sentry and the king in his army, they went back to their palace too, and there was rejoicing. And the king said to the sentry, "Are you the soldier that my daughter keeps smiling at parades?" And he said, "Yes, Your Majesty, and I try to smile back too." "Well, you can marry her." And the wedding was announced. Oh, everyone in the kingdom was very, very happy. And the young couple were allowed to walk by themselves and discuss their future together. And they strolled into the forest. And they talked about the children they would have, the times they would spend together, this and that. And then the princess said to the sentry, "You know, I've heard that you can build a bridge just like that. And I heard that there's some powder that you threw, and that ended the war. But there's no mill nearby to grind powder, and I don't understand about the bridge. What's all that about?" "Well," said the sentry, "it's like this. I know, but he told about the oak tree and hiding in the branches and the clearing and that campfire. He told all of it, except he forgot to tell about the law of the forest. And as soon as he had finished, he couldn't tell any more, and you know why. He'd become stone, and his fiancée was so astonished she beat on his chest, and it didn't do any good. And she slapped his cheeks, and it didn't do any good. And she began to scream. And a few members of the court heard her screams, and they ran to the forest and said, "What's the matter? Oh, my goodness. How did that happen?" And she said, "Well, he told me this story." And unfortunately, she had a very good memory. I think she must have been a storyteller herself. And she told about the oak tree and the clearing and the fire and the children and Père Longuenay. And she told about the branch, and she told about the powder. And no sooner had she finished when the same thing happened to her. A second stone statue. And members of the court ran away, and all the celebrations were turned to a period of mourning. And there was one person who had heard the princess's story and thought to himself, "Now, according to the princess, when there was a problem getting across the river, Père Longuenay told them how to get across with the bridge." Okay. And then when there was a problem about how to defeat the enemy permanently, he mentioned the powder. I wonder if he knows how to turn these two people back into human beings. You see, he was a chamberlain of the court. He had been there a long time, and he was the princess's godfather. He was very fond of her. And so he made his way back into the forest, and he found the oak tree, and he climbed up and hid in the foliage. And that night, a fire was burning, and the children were seated around, and along came Père Longuenay, and he said, "I've got some news for you. Someone was watching us." Oh, the poor chamberlain made sure that he was well hidden, but luckily there were a lot of leaves at the top of the tree. "Someone heard about us and then was foolish enough to disobey the law of the forest. And not only he, but then he told his fiancée, and she turned to stone too. And it's a real pity that neither of them knew about l'eau miraculeuse, the miraculous water." "What water is that?" said the children. "Ah, you don't know? Oh, yes, you know our great big waterfall. Behind the waterfall is a pool that contains l'eau miraculeuse, just a few drops on the faces of those statues, and you would get flesh and blood once more." Well, you can imagine that the chamberlain was very happy to hear that. And as soon as morning came, he made his way down the oak tree, started looking for the waterfall. Oh, luckily he'd found it, and luckily he'd brought along his own water bottle just the way we do. And he dumped all that water out, and he filled it with l'eau miraculeuse. And then he went to those two statues and threw it on them, and immediately they were flesh and blood once more. The chamberlain ran off so they wouldn't see him, and they hugged one another, and they kissed and went back, and, well, that's their part in the story. I'm sure they married and lived happily ever after. But the chamberlain, did I tell you that the chamberlain was a storyteller? Oh, yes, he loved to tell stories. And now he had a story that he couldn't tell. Oh, and he was so afraid that he'd be tempted and not be able to resist. He enjoyed his food and drink, and sometimes he enjoyed his drink a little too much, that he would forget things that he should remember. And suppose he started telling what he knew, the secret of the forest, and he turned into, this must not happen. He had a problem. Who solved problems? He went back into the forest. He climbed up the tree. Yes, that night, the clearing, the campfire, and the children, and Père Longuenay were there. And Père Longuenay said, "I think there is a chamberlain in the king's court who is very upset. He has a story and he can't share it with anyone. It's a pity that he doesn't know about our great orange flower." "Une fleur orange?" said all the children. "Yes, it's the only one in the forest. It is huge, but it has a special gift. It collects secrets." The secrets go right down into its roots and then flow out through underground streams. If he finds that tree, then perhaps his problem will be at an end. And of course, the chamberlain, hiding up in the tree, heard everything. And the next morning, he went looking. It took him a long time, but he found it, this gigantic orange flower. It was a plant all by itself, and the flower was very close to the ground, and its petals opened as if it was a woman expecting her lover. And the chamberlain was so happy when he found the flower that he flung himself down on his knees in front of it. And the perfume that he inhaled was the most beautiful scent he had ever smelled in his life. And he began, little by little, to tell the whole story of the sentry and the oak tree and the clearing and the campfire and the children and Père Long-Nez and the red branch and the powder, mysterious and potent, and then the water, and then the flower itself. And he told it all. And when he had finished, he did not turn into stone, for the power of the flower protected him. And he ran back to his kingdom with a light heart, for he knew that he would never have to tell the story again. But the story sank into the ground, into the roots of that flower, into the underground streams which carried it to the great river. And it floated along the river out into the ocean, which has the memory of all stories. And the ocean came to the Atlantic, and it came to the St. Lawrence, and it must have come to Toronto one day when I was down at Harborfront, because it came to me. And that's why I'm able to tell you the story. And I hope I will not turn to stone. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Marilyn, pour cette belle histoire, le Père Long-Nez. Thank you so much. Next up, we have a duo that I'm very excited to hear from, a festival, someone who I think I've seen here almost as much as I've been here. Pat Bissett has been to, I think, almost every festival event so far, and now we finally get to hear her tell stories. And she is joined by Quincy on the violin. Thank you so much.
So I'm very lucky to have such a talented young neighbor. Quincy is 12 years old, and he's going to accompany me today. I have two stories, and the first one is from a book, When Apples Grew Noses and White Horses Flew, and it's the story of how Tijon learns to play the fiddle. But it's by Jan Andrews, who I'm sure a lot of you people, certainly Marilyn knew, and one of the founders of Storytellers of Canada, and I got permission from Groundwood Books to tell the first story. My second story is from the Småland region of Sweden, and right near where the legends live, so I will tell that one after. Now it came a long time ago. The great ships came across the waters from France, and many farmers were on them. But the farmers couldn't live on their own property. There was a system in those days where it was the great seigneurs would have miles and miles of property, and the farmers would have to rent from them. Now, there was one of these seigneurs who had a daughter who was extremely clever. And he thought the best thing for his daughter was to marry a very clever man, because in those days it wasn't the daughter that had any choice at all. The fathers made the choices of who their daughters would marry. But he still wanted his daughter to be happy. And he sent a proclamation through the land. His servants went and put up notes all around, and it said, whoever could ask his daughter questions that she could not answer, that would be the man who would marry his daughter. Now, many, many people wanted to try, and so many people headed towards where the seigneur lived. Now you wonder why it's a Tijan story. I will even say a little poem about him. Tijan up and Tijan down, Tijan, all around the town. Sometimes he's wrong and sometimes he's right. Tijan, a man of might. Now, Tijan lived about 3 days away from the seigneur with his mother and his 2 older brothers. His father was away most of the year. In fact, as soon as the snow melted in the spring, he would go far to the west, for he was a voyageur who went to collect the furs and bring them back just before the rivers froze over in the winter. So the brothers tended to, push Tijan around a lot, make him do most of the work. He helped with the garden. He knew how to do all that kind of work of planting and sowing. He helped feed and look after the animals. And he even helped his mother in the kitchen. Well, he helped her cook, prepare the vegetables. He didn't mind even washing a big pile of dishes. He was always cheerful and happy, for he loved his mother very, very much. But the brothers saw the proclamation, and they decided to go and try to win the hand of the seigneur's daughter. And they took the 2 best horses, they dressed in their finest clothes, and they set off. Would you like to go? Said the mother. Well, it would be an adventure, said Tijan. Well, I have a feeling. You see, this proclamation had said, for the people that asked the questions and the seigneur's daughter could answer them, they would be thrown in jail for a year and a day. Now, I think your brothers are going to get in trouble, said Mama. I think your brothers could possibly be thrown in jail. In that case, I'll go and try to help, said Tijan. So there was only one kind of spavined old horse left, and he set out on that. But getting near the end of the first day, they came to a town, and the brothers, they had money for an inn. So the brothers went to the inn and got rooms and stabled their horses. Tijan went to the cook. He had no money. And he said, I can do anything you ask of me. Can you fetch wood? Can you carry water? Oh, certainly. Can you prepare vegetables? Oh, yes, yes. What else can you do? Oh, I can chop and clean the vegetables. I can watch the meat. I don't mind dishes, lots and lots of dish. Fine. You can sleep in the stable. We'll give you a little hay for your horse, and you can have a meal if you do well. And he certainly did well. He not only got all that work done from a busy inn, he was happy and cheerful and nice to everyone. I almost wish you could work here. But I know you have to move on, so in the morning, the cook gave him a gift. It was just a napkin. He said, now if you unfold this napkin and ask for any food you like, no matter how much, it will provide it. Oh, thank you so much, said Tijan. Thank you. And so he went on for another day. And again, the brothers paid for an inn. And again, Tijan went to the cook. And the cook asked him pretty much all the same questions. And Tijan gave pretty much all the same answers. And it was an even busier inn, and he worked really, really hard. He worked even harder, but always happy and cheerful and giving. And so in the morning, this cook said, I wish you could stay on and work with us, but instead I will give you a gift. Here is a bottle. And he gave him a bottle with a cork in it. He said, if you pull out that cork, you can ask for any drink you like. Oh, thank you. Thank you, said Tijan. And so he went on. Now, by noon of the next day, they came to where the seigneur lived. And the brothers tried to get in the door, but they said, no, we're too busy today. Come back tomorrow morning. So the brothers had to get an inn again. Tijan thought, well, I think I'll try to do something just a little different. And so instead of going to the cook, this time he went to the seigneur's gardener and said, I can work for the rest of the day for you if you give me a place to sleep and a meal and a place for my horse. Well, do you know how to sow seeds? Oh, certainly. Do you know how to plant? Oh, yes, I know that. And I know how to prune, and I know how to tend the garden and the lawns. I know all of those things very well. You may work for me, said the gardener. And he was amazed at how happy Tijan was, how fast he worked, so cheerful. You have been a wonderful worker, said the man. You don't need to sleep in the stable. You can sleep at my place. And so he brought him home and gave Tijan a soft bed. And when they fed the horse, they even threw in a few handfuls of oats in with the hay and a meal for Tijan. And so he left. And then he went to the place of the seigneur. But before he left, the man said, because you won't work for me, I will give you a gift. And he gave him something that was shiny and brown. It looked old. A fiddle, is that for me, said Tijan. Yes, said the man. And all you have to do is put the bow on the strings, and it will play any kind of music you like. Now, Tijan, oh, that makes people so happy. What a wonderful gift. And he tucked the bow under his arm and went up to the main door of the senior's house. And it was busy and they hardly noticed him. He just kind of mingled with the crowd. There was a long lineup to see the daughter. His brothers were fairly far back and they didn't even notice him. So people would go up to the daughter. Oh, one asked about the moon and the stars and the planets. She answered every question and then added a lot more. And the man was taken down to the jail for a year and a day. And another would go up and talk about what was going on around the world in the news at that time. And know quite well what it was, and yet she always had things to add, and the person was always sent down to the jail. Well, this kept going on, person after person. Oh, Tijan listened. He'd never heard of so many things. It swam through his head, all these facts that this woman knew. And then it came time for his brother. And the older brother went up and he said, I'm going to tell you about all the different kinds of trees in the forest. She looked at him like he was a maggot. She listed all the trees and more that he'd never even heard of. And he was taken and thrown down into the jail for a year and a day. And then the next brother came. He said, I know all about planting cabbages. And again, she just looked at him like, and of course, she added a lot more to it. And he was, well, at this point, Tijan got furious. Tijan was so angry. He went up and he said to her, you are totally unfair. This is going to ruin the lives of these people, and this just seems totally unjust, and I don't like the way you're doing it at all. She was sitting up there with her father and her mother, and he went on and on and on. She tried to answer him back, but it only came out like sputter, sputter. She just couldn't talk. She was so used to everybody trying to please her. She was so used to all of that. Everybody was always, always nice to her, and she just didn't know how to answer, and she just stared and tried to talk, and she couldn't. Well, the senior, he wanted to stop this. He said, all right, you will be the person that marries my daughter, and you will have half. That's not what I want, said Tijan. I want to be down in the jail with my brothers. Are you sure that's what you want, said the senior. Yes, he said, that is definitely what I want. And so he was thrown down in the jail with the brothers, and they were hungry, all these prisoners. His brothers were there. Jail was crowded, of course, with so many. And they were hungry, and so he said, food. I'll bring up, what do you want? And one said roast chicken, and the other brother said, oh, the apple pie Mama makes, and another said, veal, I love veal, and salmon just freshly baked, and potatoes, oh. And everybody was telling what they were hungry for, and he opened the napkin, he ordered all of those things, and there was a wonderful feast, and then he said, what's a feast without wine? And he ordered the finest wines, and they drank. And then he said, what is this? What is an enjoyment without music? And so he started to play his magic fiddle, and all the prisoners began to dance. Well, they danced on wilder and wilder. Oh, they were having a wonderful time. The senior sent down the guard. He said, well, they must be hungry, and he sent down a big cauldron of pea soup. Well, of course, they weren't hungry for any pea soup at that time, and the cauldron even got knocked over with all that dancing. And not only that, but all the guards had begun to dance too. And so the senior, he thought, what in the world is going on? And he went down. And, well, it wasn't long before he began waving his arms about and jigging, and his wife wondered where he was, and she came down too. And she ended up just waving her arms around and jigging too. So on and on they danced. Nobody could stop. They were dancing, and the senior finally realized and said to Tijan, the only way to make this stop is for you to stop playing. And Tijan answered back, I'll only stop playing if you let the prisoners go. That seems the only fair thing. Oh, not only that, said the senior, you can marry my daughter, you can have half the kingdom. The prisoners can go right now. And so all the prisoners left except Tijan's two brothers, and they stayed to thank him. Well, it was actually our mother that sent me, he said, but I am glad she did. And so he went up and he got to meet the senior's daughter, and they got along very well. But he said to the father, we haven't known each other long enough. I'd like to get to know her better to find out if I do want to marry her. You know what, said the senior, you're a wise man after all. I think you're a good man to take over and look after half the kingdom. And so Tijan took the girl home to meet his mother. And while they were at his place, well, they got closer and closer, and they did indeed fall in love with one another. And so they were married with a grand wedding. And you know what? They ruled the kingdom differently than the father, the other seniors. They included everybody and helped when anything was needed. And they were very wise and happy together. But you know what was included? There was always, always lots of music and dancing. So Tijan up and Tijan down, Tijan, always around the town, sometimes wrong, sometimes right. Tijan, man of might. Now, the second story comes from the Småland region of Sweden. Now, when the devil rained down all kinds of malevolent and wicked spirits all over the world, There was a big concentration in the Småland region of Sweden. Why, there were giants, there were trolls, there were dwarves, all kinds of spirits. And in the water, there was the god Neck. Neck was a terrible spirit. Why, Neck used to just lure people down to the water. Just lure them down. You know how it is feeling like going down to the water. Feels so nice, but many of those people would disappear. They'd be drowned. So Neck was a terrible god, but Neck was also quite wonderful. You see, Neck would play the violin. Neck, you could hear on a summer night, you could hear the echoes across the water of the sounds that Neck made. But he had one song called the Elveliken. Now the Elveliken, it was a lovely enough song, and it had 11 verses. But if you played the 11th verse, just everybody knew that something terrible would happen. Now, there was a young boy. His name was Niels. And Niels played the violin, but he learned to play his very best by sitting near the water of Lake Salin, for that's where it was, Lake Salin, just by Blandegay. And he'd sit by the waters and he'd listen. He'd listen while Nick played the music across. And so we'll play through. And you could keep playing. Now, Niels got older, and Niels began playing all the town dances. Niels began playing all the town dances, and the people loved his playing. One time at a party, well, I have to admit, you know how it is with musicians. You send the musician a drink, and they'll drink it, and other people will send, and, well, Niels forgot how many he drank. And the people began to plead, Niels, play the Elveliken. Come on, Niels, please play it. And he did. He began to play the Elveliken. Well, he played on and on. He played on and on the Elveliken until he began to play the 11th verse. Well, the people began to dance wilder and wilder, and then the chairs and tables began to dance. Why, the windows and doors banged open and shut in time to the music, and the glasses on the counter began to dance, and then he played and he played on, and they began to follow him as he led them out the door. He began to lead them out the door, and they were all dancing and dancing toward Lake Salin. And there was a man coming the other way. And the man coming the other way could see something's terribly, terribly wrong. And the man coming the other way took out his knife and he cut the strings. There was a great silence then, and people just looked around at each other like, how did we get out here? What in the world's going on? And they just went home from their dance. Now, Niels, he kept playing town dances till he was an old man with a white beard. He played and played, but you know what? He never, ever played the Elveliken again. But I'm going to ask him to play just a few more minutes because we've all been enjoying it. Thank you. And there's lots more things going on this afternoon till our grand closing tonight. But Marilyn, will you please come up and take a bow with us? Thank you.
Let's give one more round of applause for Marilyn Peringer, Pat Bissett, and Quincy Burke. Just so you know, Quincy Burke is currently the youngest member of the senior orchestra at the Royal Conservatory of Music. A great honor, and we're so glad to have been able to hear him here today. We're going to take about an hour break before the next event. Please, thank you all so much for coming to the Sunday Story Tent. We're so grateful to have you here. You made the last morning of the festival such a pleasure for me, for everyone, for all of the tellers. Let's give everyone that came here today and shared their stories a big round of applause. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Farm Boy and Loblaws for your donation of goodies. Thank you to the Children's Book Bank for sharing your books with us. Please stick around if you'd like. We have the great debate happening at 3 p.m., followed by the last concert of the festival, Tales of Revolution. It is an adult set, I will say, but that starts at 5, and then our closing ceremony at 7. Hope that you're all able to make it. Thank you so much.